Alright, today's fantastic. You wanna know why today's fantastic? I have cinnamon rolls. I'm actually eating brekkie. I know, two wild things. This whole villain arc of me actually eating on stream has been pretty weird. You are a cinnamon roll? Stop trying to rizz me up in front of my friends. Not gonna think I'm cool when I start blushing like a schoolgirl because Control's got the moves. Oh, it's me. It's me too. Hello. How's everybody doing? Viper, Jackaboy, Control, Mr. David Bolin. Anyone else might be lurking about? This Baldur's Gate. So the front gate, the back gate, asking for a friend. Whichever gate you believe in the most. I'll stand by that. What are you cooking today? Maybe a bit of Zane Tech. I'm really thinking about Zane Tech. No ideas cross the mind. I have actively cooking Moe's stuff and some like an Amara rabbit hole I could go down as well. But starting Moe's for a little bit. What's in rolls? Damn it. Hey, Beef. Sorry about that. But it's good to see you. I mean, neither gate is big enough to... Things stretch. City gates can accommodate multiple entrants. This villain arc is functioning properly. It do be like that sometimes. Make builds, you just come up with ideas and try to build off that. Something like that, Whiteout. I wisp. The thing I usually do is like if an interaction seems like it would be either interesting to break down the mechanics of or effective in a certain area of gameplay, I'll just sort of try to optimize that. Usually if I have a build idea, it'll either be inspired by a successful build, like doing Pestilence on Moe's heavily inspired by the level that we got it to on Amara. Just kind of want to see if Moe's can imitate a little bit. Which she can, but only a little bit. It's often just like, hey, what is this one very specific thing affected by? How much of that can I cram into one setup? He's caught in a dream, or that. Pestilence Moe's the other day. I started a new COV run with her. So the thing with COV and modes, I know like it's one of those things people like surface leveled or perceived thematics. It's just I, as a theory crafter, I can't endorse it. Moe's is the only character without character-specific reload speed buffs. Ammo regen does not prevent overheating. So Moe's is literally the least efficient possible user of COV weapons. Unless you're talking Pestilence, Gargoyle, Eruption, because those have reloads that do damage. And that's the point at which Scrappy comes into play, because it is a swap speed skill that also gives gun damage. True takedown with the Mara today, just shred him in seconds. Let's go. It's always a great feeling. Mara's a cheat code for me. It's important to know that, like, the character you're gonna feel most at home on is going to be the one that matches you best, and that's different for everybody. You know, for some people, Amara feels like home. For some people, Flack feels like home. For some people, it's Zane. For some people, it's Moze. And that's not always like a power thing. It's often a comfort thing. I don't know which version of the setup I'm on. I didn't look at my inventory. So we'll find out. Not the cryo. That was a TCP barrel. Going fast with perks at Zane and Amara. Well, Mo's can go faster than both of them. But it's setup dependent. Black's my home, don't feel right without my friends. That's valid. Reason number one why GTD is better, no freaking barrels. You're so right for that. Hey Nunu, how are you? Kinda surprised I hit that. Me, I'm okay. When I was in an Avatar game, I think I saw some vids on that in my my feed. Take a video on Rackstab. There's an old video from when level 65 was the cap. There's not much need to revamp that for 72. All the relevant information is in the build stock write-up. Good build docs. Maybe there's an Amara build in there you could try. Yeah, maybe we could try that today. Honey roasted some pecans yesterday and they're fire. Ooh, that sounds incredible. Oh yeah, so Mr. Sean and I had a conversation about fish slap. And he tested some mechanics and there's some interesting data. If you've ever felt like your fish is exceptionally good at chasing you down, well that's because it is. Fish slap radius gets bigger on every bounce. Yeah, that is a thing. Cooking some fish, yes sir. How you doing today, Tom? The fish gets us all in the end. It does. Now the thing about that is that you can weaponize that further, and if you were to run, say, a fish with jumping parts, it bounces more, and those further bounces also get more radius. So, if, for example, you were to run a 3 jumping part fish slap with AoE down here, radius and grenade radius here, and toward cross promotion, you can get your fish hitbox to be a little bit silly. Now, the caveat there is your damage is substantially lower without link parts, like substantially, absolutely massively lower. This card difference does not account for the full gap of how much lower it actually is. This might give you the impression that, oh, it's about 1/3 the damage. No, it's less. It's less. It's like 1/8 the damage. But you can still optimize for melee damage and still get some good value. It would also let you do sort of fun memey things like make it a body and mind platform on Amara. Obviously, you wouldn't have Torg cross promotion there, but you could have it consistently delivering that to an entire room. Kind of funny. And the other downside is you're kind of forcing yourself into a situation where you're going to have even less damage anyway, because with that level of radius, you need protection from it, which is going to require either running red suit and only rad bonus elements, or being Zane using cryo and then running actually no, cryo wouldn't even work there, it's melee. Yeah, you'd be looking at using one of the 2 immunity shields. And restricting your bonus elements, which is going to restrict your damage quite a bit. Remember, shock bonus elements still go through your transformer, so you can't do something like shock fish with static charge and transformer, because the game is weird. Gotta pop off. Thanks for showing me the links to the build. Yeah, of course, why not? They're always there if you ever need them, whether I'm live or not. The commands also work in the Discord server, and those links can be found in the official Borderlands server as well. They're around. Yeah, I deserve that. Loading. Thank you so much for the 28 months. Time's weird. Appreciate it, and I appreciate you. Yeah, that radius is a little bit bonkers. Yeah, it's important to note that Amara is massively better with the Pestilence in this situation because she can turn off its bad matchup into armor. Moze can't. enjoying Spider-Man Remastered Miles Morales quite a bit. Have you played 2 yet? I finished my playthrough of 2 up a few days ago. PS5, wait for PC release. Understandable. Understandable. I borrowed a PS5, which I'm probably gonna do again next week to play Alan Wake 2. How'd you like it? I thought it was really cool. I thought it was really cool. As usual, they do interesting takes on existing characters, and they really up their set piece game with 2. I'm gonna be non-spoilery about what I liked here, of course. They really upped their set piece design. Like, there were some truly breathtaking moments. 100%ed it last week when on New Game Plus to do the ultimate playthrough. I 100%ed it except for the spider bots. There's like 3 left that I can't be bothered to go find them. Still has no idea what's happening. Okay, so the thought process here is, since we're taking advantage of the red suit for Pestilence already, going all in on Fish Radius gives us a good clearing tool that helps our single target, because while Pestilence is also rad against armor, i.e. bad at bossing, Fish just has so much more damage that it can just brute force. Also, Fish can deliver Groundbreaker, which we'll be applying from our Pestilence Novas as well. We can throw this while we're down. There's a lot of stuff. One thing I'm kind of like meh about is we don't have much melee damage. We just have the blade from the Pestilence or the GA, and then what I have for my GR passive, so 14.9998, something like that. Hey, Dark Wolf. Pretty new with the Borderlands builds. Want to ask what you're doing with the Pestilence, how you use it. So the Pestilence is an interesting. Also, welcome, by the way. The Pestilence is an interesting gun. It's just like a normal pew pew thing. Of course, an ad starts as soon as I start explaining. And without fail, every time. But the Pestilence has a reload nova. So put another one here. It's just a gun. Then when you reload, you get that nova. This puff. It's actually hitting like that far, something like that, without DCP. But yeah, the Pestilence, whenever you start a reload animation, the important part is start a reload animation, you get a radiation explosion around you that hurts you and everyone hostile near you. But most importantly, it gets a bunch of interesting damage multipliers. It scales with action skill damage on top of scaling with gun damage, splash damage, radiation damage, elemental damage, all that stuff. Which means, in particular, Moze and Amara, who have action skill damage as a stat in their skill trees, can buff it up a bit more than other characters can. Now, because it does get gun damage, obviously Zane can just brute force a ton of gun damage into it. Flak can do things like use a stack bot and their global damage multipliers to do okay with it as well. But this is comfortably Amara's domain because she has swap speed and reload speed. She's got Purple Tree Capstone, which turns off negative elemental matchups that are not immunities. Radiation is tied with fire for being the worst into armor, and armor is the most relevant health bar for high HP enemies in the game. Amara has splash damage in tree, Amara has action skill damage in tree, Amara has elemental damage in tree. Amara has movement speed. Amara has incentives for self-damage. Amara has dot duration. She's got everything you need to really lean into the Nova playstyle here. So instead, I'm doing it on Moe's because she's got wider booms. Because I thought it'd be funny to science out a little bit. It's one of those guns that you don't really shoot to kill. You reload at things to kill. Let's do one more. I want to try Amara. The Amara idea that I'm toying around with is using a different reload gun. I mentioned once earlier the eruption, Zaitsev's eruption, which is it's known to be valuable as a debuffing gun, but you can probably force it to do some damage, and I want to just see how that goes. Like maybe I just try to be careful and we do a cryo one with like free the soul and weave the rainbow. Maybe I could force Kensei to work in there. Question, how's the replayability for this thing about the Ultimate Edition? I haven't played or touched yet. I have approaching 8,000 hours in this game, having played it since launch, across multiple platforms. And I say that as someone who absolutely detests farming items, which is something that outwardly you'd assume that everyone who played these games does. No, I hate farming, it's fucking terrible. So, that time is almost all build crafting. Just playing the content because it's got fun activities. Girthy booms, yes sir. Saying his long booms, something like that. Replayability is great, best endgame of all the Borderlands games for sure. So much build potential, absolutely. 2,000 hours as someone who also hates farming items. Save editor would easily double my hours. Yeah. I whipped out the save editor for the first time around 2,700 hours. And then just kind of kept playing. Okay, I definitely need projector for that dot to be strong enough. Or not that dot, that shot. I can speak. I sincerely, Kami, how you doing? That was a couple of bad throws. Other Borderlands games good too. Just this one out of all of them. I like the first one for nostalgia reasons. It's obviously the start of things. It came out when I was in high school, so I have, some fond memories of just chilling playing it. The second one innovated a lot, improved a lot of things, kind of brought it closer to what people want from the franchise now. It's a polarizing thing because Borderlands 2 gets credit for a lot of things it didn't actually do because, again, people have a nostalgic thing towards it. In my opinion, the first two games didn't age very well, gameplay-wise. especially in comparison to modern games. The pre-sequel is kind of an interesting thing. It's a spin-off of 2 with a little more mechanical depth, but also a little more in the way of flaws. I like it a little bit more because I'm that guy who sits there in skill trees forever. So having things to think through is sort of a prerequisite for my enjoyment. So TPS does that well. So that naturally leads to 3, which for people like me who like having a big sandbox of things to toy around with mechanically, BL3 does that very well. So this one's easily my favorite of the series, but lots of different Borderlands players like lots of different Borderlands games for lots of different reasons. How goes the fish slapping? It's going. It's going. I'm just kind of absent-mindedly fish slapping while I consider what I want to do for the setup. Also getting a good sample size for when things like that happen. I first put together this Pestilence Mose setup. I did a test to see if it'd be viable for the speedrun of this activity. It's not. As efficient as this might look, this is not viable for at least not the top end of the Mal 1 takedown time trials category. You'd always have that weapon on reload and swap. It a bit difficult for me as a console player to consistently swap between 2 weapons, but we'll try it out. Yeah, there's a couple ways you can do it, Dark Wolf. You can memorize the number of, like, if you have it on Y or triangle for weapon swap, you can memorize the number of presses it takes to get back to each of your weapons. Obviously, that's not ideal, but, like, let's say, if you know that it's a triple tap to get to your Pestilence, you would say triple tap, and then do the number of inputs you need to get back to your other weapon. Or you could reassign your keybinds and like free up your D-pad and put weapons on each of your D-pad directions. I know that's something a lot of players do. A good one. Doing a Mara version of this. Like I mentioned a couple times, Amara is the optimal Pestilence user. I have the Guardian takedown record with an Amara Pestilence setup. I have 3rd or 4th place on Malawan with Amara with that setup, and the 1st place build for that category on Amara is also that setup. So it's the fastest currently known Amara takedown build to just use Pestilence. Morning, Urban Mac. Quick thought, hit me, Viper. Any plans on coming back to Wonderlands Redux? Maybe, James. Maybe, James. There's been some stuff that's made me go, oh, hey, I'd mess around with that. It's all about finding time in the game schedule. I'd probably want to dedicate like a few days to Wonderlands, and I had difficulty justifying that when there's so many other games I want to consume. Like, I still have not started my Alan Wake 2 playthrough. I gotta do that. I got Remnant 2 DLC in a couple days. Pokemon DLC in a month. I just finished Spider-Man 2 the other day. I'm still doing Baldur's Gate 3 playthroughs because that game is just too good. Yeah, the reason why that one ass up is because Cup ended, so I lost my flare bonus. Hey Voodoo, how you doing? Count slams and jumps, you're able to kill enemies with any face button on a controller in this game. Reload, jump, melee, weapon swap. Well, with on controller you have jump and crouch on the same button, right? Just different inputs on the same button. So yeah. I find myself hurting my ass getting grounded dust on OP10. Also, hi Sandwich. Have you tried this crazy fix for OP10 called not playing OP10? A shiny Quagsire, let's go! Quagsire was the first shiny that I actually like went out and hunted in Gen 9. Alright, it was Wooper, so I could have Clodsire actually, but I went and got the other Wooper while I was in the same session, so that's fine. I don't know, fun fact about jellyfish. This thing actually irritates stings more if you're dehydrated. Huh, that's interesting. Came into don't play OP10 and like I have major buyer's remorse for getting the free Lilith DLC. Feel like game balance so much worse on 10 than 8. That's because it is. But you can just 10 existing in your game still doesn't mean you have to play 10. Like it's a I don't know why it's so prevalent in the Borderlands fandom to have to play the max difficulty, but like you don't. You don't. That's not what it's there for. You could just not be on it. It's not like there's even more content behind the higher difficulty level, right? It's all the same stuff, just with different numbers slapped on, and if you're playing with a set of numbers that is objectively poorly balanced, that you're not having fun on, well, why are you doing it? Like, OP10 is objectively terribly balanced because they did not do balance passes in Borderlands 2 in the same way they do in, say, Borderlands 3 and Wonderlands. They did, like, 3 separate patches to buff things over the course of, like, 6 years. Like, it's just not the same. No jellyfish has ever survived eating rabbits cooking. I believe that. BL2 kind of made that the thing in the community. Grind up OP levels so ingrained into players' heads they just don't understand what it means to not. To a point, but then the BL2 community also was the kind of first of the Borderlands fandom to normalize playing on the difficulty level you found fun. And then they chose to forget that in future games, but it doesn't change the fact that they were the ones that got there. Because OP10 came out and people hated it, so they went back to playing OP8. It's that simple. Make a copy of this one. Fun fact, jellyfish will not forget your sins. Or would I want them to. Still at level 80, prefer the slight build constraints in 72. Well, with the different amount of skill points? Yeah. More skill points reduces build diversity in these games. Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
You're my favorite singles Z-Move mega player.
Mr. Glenn, can I respectfully ask you to shut your filthy whore mouth? Respectfully, though. He's talking shit, chat. He's talking shit. He's talking Pokemon related shit. Yeah, shut up, Glenny. Thank you, Rune. Rune's got me.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Yeah, shut up, Glenny.
Mr. Glenn, thank you for the tier 2 for the 40 months. I appreciate the shit out of you. Love you, man. Thank you. Mr. Rune, thank you so much for the 39 months. Same to you. You're a real one. Thank you for telling Glenny to shut up, putting him in his place. Control, thank you for the 36 months.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Shut your pie hole, Galney.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Control. I appreciate all of you. Didn't you just resub like
She's just a girl and she's on
2
fire.
days ago, Rabbit? Am I crazy? Well, thank you for the prime. Wouldn't let me resub? Oh, okay. Oh, thanks for the hype train. I appreciate it. Mr. David Bullen, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I'm not actually playing GTD right now, by the way.
Scam
Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Wait, I did resub? Yeah, like, I thought I remembered that. I mean, you should get a mod, turn it back to level 72, OP8. It'll be a great day. Don't forget to punch some bad guys in the dick. I mean, you could just play level 80 OP0 damage. It's the same thing, minus the skill points. And the existence of Commander Lilith. It's got TTS? Yeah, 500 bits and up. It's TTS. I mean, I heard it. Did you? And yeah, Urban Mech. Me and Glenny were talking about the whole thing where singles players really hate terrestrialization as a mechanic, because on Showdown they just ban all the wall breakers, but not the hazard setters or Goldango. So you just have every team is a hazard setter, a hazard clearer, a Goldango, and then a bulky setup sweeper. And they just have the bulky setup sweeper terrestrialize, and it's a menace. So singles players hate terrestrialization, but then they're doing this weird copium thing where they're pretending that megas and Z moves weren't just ridiculous. They have a point about Dynamax. But Y'all are crazy. Thank you so much, Nunu, for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate it. Really helps me out. Thank you. Thank you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Yeah, stop blindsiding me with kindness. And Mr. David Bullock, thank you for another 1,000 bits. And for a sub to Jackaboy. I appreciate you. Ruin the 69. It's okay. It's okay. All things end.
And another one.
Even 69. Can I ask correctly what you mean by more skill points? Here, let me go back. What do you mean by more skill points equals less builds? Sure. If you no longer have to choose between two things, is it two different things anymore? Mr. Madness.
Did someone ask for kindness?
I did not, but I will always take it. Mr. Madness, thank you for the 28 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are you hyped for Remnant DLC? It's on Tuesday. They've shown the perks and the skills of the ritualist. And but yeah, regarding the skill points thing, if you have two things to choose from and you no longer have to choose between them because of a level cap increase, you're no longer having the existence of a build that went this way and plays differently because of it, and a build that went this way and plays differently because of it. Instead, you have one build that does both of those things. One is less than two. It's that simple. Hey, Mr. David Bowling, thank you for another 5 gifted. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much. I appreciate it immensely. Yeah, thank you. Love to see familiar names and new names taken care of as well. Good stuff. Thank you. For example, when they did the level 72 increase with Borderlands 3, those of us who were maintaining the community build docs at the time had to go through and delete builds from the docs because too many of them just collapsed into each other. Like, if you had two meaningfully different builds at level 65 that took the same skill points at 72, like those new 7 skill points just changed them into the same exact tree configuration, then they weren't different builds anymore. They're just different gearing on the same build. So yeah, that's what happened. Holy shit. Thank you for another 1,000 bits, Mr. David Bowling. Don't go too crazy. Be financially responsible. Let me copy this save so I can actually start cooking.
Can we beat the scam train record?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I was lurking, but I want to be on the scam train too, Qua.
Reckless Monster, thank you for the 2 years.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Thank you for the 2 years and getting in on the scam train. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And Nunu, thank you for 5 more gifted. I don't know what I did to spark this, but I appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you. I don't say what you mean about this. I just think about it differently. I play a lot of card games. I have thousands of cards to choose from. Right, like you can justify an increase in available points as long as there's enough points available that you're still making choices. The thing with those card games, like exactly like you say, is there's thousands of choices.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
But in this game, you have 4 trees provided you own the DLC for the 4th tree. And it takes 27 points to get to a capstone, with these trees being balanced around spending points up to your capstone, and sometimes you overfill, sometimes you don't. Some capstones are bad, so they're not worth taking. Thank you for the 500 bits.
Highest record it is.
Thank you for the 500 bits, Mr. David Bowling. Thank you. And 5 more subs. Y'all are great.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go
Stop.
back.
Yeah, it comes down to not having to make choices anymore. Notably in BL1 and TPS, you could capstone all your trees. So, like, everyone built the same in the end. Once they set a record, thank you for the 500 bits, Mr. Madness. Fully quiet with kindness. I'm kind of in a weird mood today, and I guess I needed this. Thank you guys. Okay, so I made a copy of my Pestilence build, and I want to do eruption stuff here. Probably, so what can we scale eruption with? This is the process for how we build our own items. The reloads are...
set a record?
Yo, the 10k bits badge, let's go! Can a girl go to the bathroom in this chat without being given a sub while she's gone? We got a bunch of crazy generous people here, Rory. It's wild. Blindsided me too. But I'm glad you were taken care of. Gun damage, splash damage, elemental, cryo, cryo efficiency relevant, tensei relevant, because on weave I could go free the soul. Cryo means piggybacking URAD on top of that would apply a good dot. Hey Tom, thank you for the gifted sub as well. I'm running out of words to say other than sitting here in awkward silence because I don't know how to take stuff like that. Thank you. All right, yeah, let's look at the tree. Pericles, thank you for the 19 months. BL3, indeed. Game keeps on giving. Okay, we go heavy rain for the splash. Go with the flow could be fun. It's just very low value compared to other things in the tree. So I'm thinking, because I'm absolutely addicted to trusting yourself, I have to take that. Combo breaker for 1 point is too good not to take, I think. Go unweave, one no mistakes. Now here's the thing. Burn both ends could be really good here. It's just I don't think I'm gonna have the consistent self-damage I do on the Pestilence setup, because with the Eruption, if I'm going cryo, I do not want to hit myself.
Eat quag.
No, I'm not food. I'm friend. I'm friend, not food. Nunu, thank you for the 500 bits. Mr. David Bowling, thank you for the 500 bits. Level 7 complete. Yeah, that's wild. Again, be financially responsible. You guys do not owe me anything. It's okay, seriously. Terror cryo, make this good. Fitting in terror would be potential damage from the damage and fire rate on grenade. That would be pretty good to include, but I think an interesting thing to keep track of here is the eruption does not have the thing with the pestilence where a bonus element is gonna mess up my ability to mitigate my self damage. It does not have the thing where bonus element from Nade and Shield Anoint would not scale because the Pestilence Novas get that times 31 because they're action skill scaling. I think I could pretty comfortably use ASE 50s here. Like, maybe this is... like Revolter plus ASE 50 on a Deathless with URAD. Maybe. I'm pretty sure Eruption Reload can crit. Let's actually, see what everyone has. I don't have the plugin. I would need to have it too, right? You want it? Yeah, send it to me. Okay. Um, so I should probably field test this against some enemies to see how the projectiles behave first. But let's assemble all the gear I think I'll want. That's just a good starting point. Ugh, excuse me. If you refresh, it appear in your chat box. Yeah, I would have to restart OBS for that, I think. I could refresh here. The refresh thing. OBS suck. It does suck. I'll be able to see it next session. Okay, so I need a Kensei. Field time, let's go. Yeah, rapid fire. I guess something else I could have on this setup is I could just have a Dark Army for like long range situations where the eruption would not reach. Okay, we're making a shopping list of stuff I need to grab for this setup. Can say Dark Army. Do I want to do Frozen Heart for unweave consistency? Probably. But Revolter maybe would be good. Unless if I'm doing URAD, I don't need Revolter. I could do URAD with Frozen Heart. Dragon? No. Dragon isn't going to boost the damage of the reloads at all. Kensei is interesting because it adds melee scaling bonus element onto it. Now Kensei is going to kind of remove some of the incentive for using other bonus elements, but I still want to investigate it. Yeah, thank you guys so much for the hype train. I appreciate it. If I'm doing Kensei, then Hunter Seeker makes sense. If I'm doing Hunter Seeker, though, then having Indiscriminate would be pretty good. I'm gonna do Dark Army anyway, then I guess going that far. Anima does not work if your action skill element is set to cryo. Will I be setting my action skill element to cryo? That's the question here. If my guns are cryo, I don't think I need to do that. Do I still go with corrosive? I'll probably want to go this far for Samsara. I'm gonna want personal space for sure. Okay, so that means I could justify Anima. If I want to boost up Rad Explosions. Do I think that Eruption or Dark Army can apply a big enough dot for me to care about that? Not really. What if I ran like Atom Bomb? Atom Bomb Deathless. That means Samsara has less value because I'm not able to heal anymore. Hmm. Does Infusion work on the reload? It shouldn't. I actually have no idea. Time to test. And bomb Vic Rush. Yeah, if not doing Deathless, then it's almost definitely gonna be Vic Rush. Where am I getting the rad from? What did I do that counted as an action skill? Or maybe that's just my red suit aura. Okay, yeah, that was just my red suit aura. Okay, so Infusion, no apply. Document's still up? Ah, yeah, thank you. I would have forgotten. Okay. Tensei Dark Army. What am I thinking for shields? I'll just put them both on the list. Revolter, Frozen Heart. I guess Snowshoe would be an option too, but I won't be too weird right now. Action skill element is not going to be Cryo until it is. Like, what if I go Icebreaker? Icebreaker Vic Rush? I want to try that. Let's get the skill tree right first, though. Wish help the Dark Army? I'm guessing not. No, that'd be insane. Dark Army is mechanically complex enough, like just enough that it's slept on. That gun has like absolutely absurd damage potential because of gun damage being snapshotted by it. However much gun damage you have when you first switch to the weapon is however much it has until you're no longer holding the weapon at all. For the purpose of the drones floating over your shoulders. And that's insane. Move speed from go with the flow would be kind of fun, but I want free the soul and maybe clear the mind. Although, do I really need free the soul if I'm not holding a GA? It really won't do much, will it? Definitely want fast hands. Almost as insane as how cute Quag and Chat are. That I'll sip to Chat being cute. Might you rather than maybe front loader? Losing the shield slot is way more impactful than losing your artifact suffix. So I tend to prefer going deathless. Especially because that preserves options like doing deathless Beskar for like good survivability. Yeah, maybe I do Beskar actually. As terrible as Restless is on value, I might end up taking it here, and that makes me feel bad. No, we're good. I don't have to take it. Yes, we go Expedite. I really like Wildfire for spreading full freezes, and I think I'm gonna want Indiscriminate. Take Anima before I can talk myself out of it again. Hey Swin, how you doing? Back to Baldur's Jade 3. You enjoy, Mr. David Bolin. Tempest, am I actually gonna be deficient in elemental damage on this setup? I think I might be. No BBE, no BBL either. Um, I probably run Grasp on this. Yeah, if I'm doing Wildfire, I think I want to do Atom Bomb. Catharsis would be good if I was doing grenade stuff, but I ain't. I want to avoid Deep Well because it'll actually interfere with my reload frequency. Grenade Amara, it's a thing. It's a thing I enjoy a lot, actually. Definitely personal space. Getting to Samsara is less valuable now that I'm doing Grasp, but I might still go down green to get Finder Center. Like Finder Center, I would spend 8 points from here for 100 melee damage, 20 splash damage. Versus... BBE would still be stacking from dots applied to me from being shot. But I don't know that I want to take it because increasing enemy aggression would make the melee enemies Mr. President in front of my eruption reloads more often. I don't think I want that. Mr. Glenn, thank you for taking care of Swin. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Extra fire rate from rest would be better uptime on the Dark Army effect because basically you want to cycle your reloads more quickly. So having smaller mag size and more fire rate gets you there. One of the reasons we skip deep ball. Um, if I was to go 2 root to rise, 5 arms, steal 1, find your center. That's an approach. Can't get to clear the mind here, but that's fine. Don't really have a use for body and mind. Admin would be more... I'll leave the rainbow damage, I suppose. I guess I don't lose anything by Free the Soul being here. I guess I could have Clear the Mind if I dropped Indus down to 1 instead of 3. Not the craziest proposition. Fuck it, we try that. Never mind. Expect that last. Which I think I'm currently tinkering with Muse because it's never really messed with it. Got 1+3 laid bare, so I was curious. Muse was at its peak the first day it was out before it had to be nerfed because of the insanity it was providing. That was the day where Amara truly was the quote unquote strongest Vault Hunter. Because that class mod was crazy on the first day. But then they did do a kind of second nerf to the Muse later on by making it so it can no longer roll with irregular stat distribution. So it used to be able to roll up to 3 Illuminated Fist. It used to be able to roll up to 3 or up to 5 rather laid bare. You could have 8 out of 3 laid bare or 4 out of 1 Illuminated Fist, but that was only possible at the 65 cap. So technically, if you're gonna like generate yourself one, you generate one at level 65 and just have the smaller passives. Have an old one with +3 Illuminated Fist, yeah. Muse is interesting. It is a bit. What's the term I'm looking for here? It's got more obvious safeguards in place than things that came out at the same time. Like, for example, it's part of the set with Peregrine and Hustler, where those two were just allowed to run rampant with things that enabled them from other parts of the game, such as Peregrine delivery of fish slaps and gas calls and light speeds. It was incredibly broken for Flax overall clear speed. And obviously Hustler, once Eraser subsequently came out, became the insane clear speed option. Muse was not allowed to stick around long enough to be seen with Purple Tree. Um, Release Muse with Amara's Purple Tree would have been absolutely devastating. What could have been? It's like the only genuine Amara nerf that ever happened. That was like directly doing Amara thing. I don't count the driver fix, so that one was. Thank you. How you doing? But I true melee out the ass. The problem with that beef is the other melee things still exist, so people would have just been doing it with Fish and Stinger and Phase Puncher. It would have been nightmarish. It's another example of true melee suffering because of the lack of balance on the other things. Board, not gonna lie. Hi, board. Got him. It was 13%. per point. This is 14% in stacks. How much elemental do I have from Tempest? Oh, that's not a terrible value, actually. Okay. Try that. Okay, that leaves me enough for... I'm gonna have to be on fire action skill. Just feels weird. I mean, I could stay on shock, honestly. No, I'm gonna do rad. No, I want something slightly better against armor. Stay on shock. Okay, that's the spec. Very weird, but see what happens. Good work. I'm glad you appreciated that. Anyone can be a melee build with a fish. Yeah, yeah. Fish slap is unfortunately a thing. Like, don't get me wrong. Obviously, I made a lot of content around it, and the power fantasy can be cool, but it's what happens when you make an item too powerful. It's a direct rebuke of this idea that, oh, PvE games don't need nerfs. Yeah, they actually fucking do, though. And they did nerf fish, to be perfectly clear. They did. Just not enough. Fish slap got a 25% nerf and is still unquestionably the most broken item in Borderlands 3, bar none. Nothing is close. Where in the list is this? Hang on, I'm scrolling through my save file list, and it's an adventure. Why do I have a save called "An Attempt Was Made"? What was I attempting? What was bro cooking? Oh, there it is. Okay. I no longer remember which skills are what on Kensei off of the numbers. Numbers, chat. What do they mean? Quite sleep theory crafting. You never know. Okay, we go cooldown here. Part of me wants to go radius to boost like rad explosion spreading, but part of me wants to avoid radius so that my eruption is less likely to kill me. um Gun damage? I didn't have much gun damage in that spec. That's weird. That's a weird thought. I don't like that. It's gross. I can't really argue against it though. It makes the most sense. Theory crafting is weird sometimes. Alright, Ashes go cooldown weapon damage. I could go with splash damage. I could go with action skill damage. Go with radius, but I kind of discussed why I don't want to do that. Fire rate would let me get to my Dark Army reloads faster by emptying the mag more quickly. There's melee damage for more Kensei. That might just be the play. What do you think, Kevin? Any opinion? I'll go with melee damage. Okay. What else did I have on my list? Alright, I had Icebreaker Vic Rush put down. I'm gonna change my mind and do Atom Bomb. We'll do Atom Bomb, Deathless, with a Beskar. Dark Army will be Urad. Let's Dark Army. Yes, Cryo. Kevin Theory Crafting Stream 1. What do you think, Kevin? Yeah, I'll go unhealthy radiation as per the usual. Eruption. Does roll max damage? Yeah, okay. Should be fine. So you're out on that too. Although kill stack would maybe be better. Yeah. Make a copy of that, and we'll do one in one in corrosive, just in case. Atom Bomb. Deathless. We're gonna go with primary slot AoE damage so I don't get the radius. Yeah, spicy. I'll cooldown there, and rad damage passive, cryo efficiency. Move speed, melee. Go rad damage. Oh, do rad dot chance. That's fun. Just to be wacky, I'm gonna do that. Okay. Next item, I need a Beskar. Do I want power charges here? I don't think I do. Because my gun damage is gonna be mostly snapshotted. it's going to be reflect and shield charge, I guess. Yeah, reflect, shield charge. Anoint. Morning, Pinky. How you doing? Hey, Manic Geek. Hope you're well. Anoint on the Beskar. Would I do ASE Terror so that I can get terror damage and fire rate on my grenade? Then not have any bonus element conflicts with Kensei? Meaning I don't have my kills stolen for combo breaker and such. I could just run an ASC 50 Rad here and then not have to run Deathless. Hey, Purple Panda, how you doing? I gotta tell you, listening to you Theorycraft's probably my favorite part of these games. Once spent 10 hours figuring out how to one-shot Seer with Phase Flare. Damage to a consistent point using Phase Flare in that arena is a nightmare. Yeah, that's the thing with Phase Flare. It's collision, it's pathing. It's weird to actually use. Like, it's one of those things that theoretically is great. But it's just so awkward. Yeah, I definitely feel you there. And I'm glad you're enjoying. I try to think out loud when I do this, so that people know, like, the rationale behind the choices I'm making. And also, I think this serves to show that build crafting is not as, like, magical as you might think it is from, say, just watching the finished product in, like, a YouTube vid or something. It's a lot of throwing ideas at the wall, making mistakes, and then refining. I love it for that. A ball is life, even if it gets stuck in everything. Fair enough. Do I just go ASE cooldown here? Let's just see what happens with that. Okay, since this is a Kensei setup, Hunter Seeker is the obvious choice for grenade. What element do I want? I'll just stick with cryo. Fuck it. Anoint-wise, if I wanted to be sustainable, I would go with Grenade Gen, but no, we'll go with OGT, because I don't even have full personal space. So I think that's all the gear slots. I think that's all the gear slots. Let's see what I messed up. Just need to polish my balls more. Yeah, the ball needs to be more polished. That's all. Ball handling needs to be better. Okay. Beskar. Hunter Seeker. Deathless. That irradiate chance is just such a cool passive that I always love when I can successfully justify that to myself. It's only a +1 on weave, but honestly, I think that's fine. That can stay there. Really have a suitably anointed GA for this, but let's change one. Yeah, just go swap that one out. I'm not going to test this in GTD to start anyway. It's definitely test in Malawan type shit. Sanctuary. So, want you rad on the GA? I have enough iridium, I should be able to just get it. There we go. Stormer luck is real. Okay, so the idea here is my tools are Hunter Seeker, Eruption, and Dark Army. That's why it's important to have a Dark Army equipped. Going down once will be important to get my Reflect up and running. The way it's supposed to. Or the way it's not supposed to, technically. I suppose there's an argument for Shield Break Anoint here. I could keep better uptime on trusting yourself. We'll see what happens. Oops, I missed. I'm not gonna have time to use the Eruption in this setup, am I? Slow to debug is that startup. Yeah, more trust in yourself stacks would help with that. I missed default shift player. Default shift player could have helped me here. Also, if we're gonna be real about what you could do with Dark Army. Yeah, Company Man would be way better here. That's more gun damage, more fire rate, more reload speed. Super need the URAD here, but it's fun to have, so. Rug. Wonder how well you could get a like a Tandava to scale with the Dark Army in your hand. Like phase cast annoying. Presumably still URAD. Maybe some potential there. Viper, if you're here, have you ever done Dark Army Gandava? Mr. Sean, how you doing? Imagine it'd work. Because I'm thinking if you go super duper all in on fire rate, you can pick up some V1 that way to boost both the Dark Army and the Tendaba. You maybe still go Kensei? Because, like, any Kensei kills for Combo Breaker would be, more casts. And it would still be boosting the damage of the gun substantially. You don't need to boost the Tau. Yeah, you don't need to. But, like to? But yeah, you don't need to. Ooh, good dot. Hey, J-Bridge. Okay, so let's be real. With all of these bullets, I don't need indiscriminate, or no, backwards. I don't need atom bomb because indiscriminate's enough clear. Like, even with 1 point, and that's stupid. It's just stupid to me. It's such a crazy skill. Free the Soul doesn't really do anything for me, so I guess moving that into more melee damage would be the play. I'm thinking, what if I, instead of Beskar, I did Revolter? Instead of Atom Bomb, Deathless. It would be a TDR company, man. It just would be. This dealio I'm driving. I'm messing around with, I was gonna do a combination setup of Eruption plus Dark Army, because I figured there was a lot of overlap, minus the splash. A lot of overlap in what I'd want, and maybe I could do some sort of a dynamic gameplay loop of stack up my gun damage, with the Eruption out, and then switch. But it just turns out that there's not really a reason for me to hold anything other than the Dark Army. So it's turned into, hey, how can I make Dark Army spicy in a different way than what we've already seen people like you do? I was thinking maybe almost treating it like Gorillas in the Mist gearing rules, which, that reminds me, I still don't think I've actually done on stream Gorillas in the Mist Dark Army. Probably because I'm afraid of it, if we're being perfectly honest. But the theory is all there for that being, like, stupid. I think I did do it on one stream. Yeah, I think I did it once. Like, Gorillas in the Mist Dark Army creates a situation where Banjo isn't a meme. And I don't like that. I just don't want to think about that. Why the Deathless? Because you read. And Beskar. Dropping Beskar would mean I don't need Deathless anymore. Because I'd probably also be dropping Urad. Could go terror damage and fire rate. How would I get terror? That's my problem. So I really like this cooldown annoyed, even though it's like a fucking nothing burger. But I think optimally I switch that out for ASE terror. Go damage and fire rate on the nade. Terror cryo on the gun. I suppose there's a case for going, getting those extra points in Green Tree to get Blight Tiger. And then I could do, Flesh Melter Vic Rush. And that should be pretty good. But my problem with that is that's just, like, better mobbing on this setup. There's no real point to that. And if I do switch into Revolter, then I'll have a bonus element fighting for control there. Well, let's keep cooking. No, I don't want to quit the game. What do you mean? It's been a while since I've accidentally clicked quit the desktop. Let's go Company Man. Tedior. Tedior. Gun damage. Fire rate. Reload speed? No, reload speed or crit damage. I guess crit would make more sense, even though I'm not really engineering that circumstance. I'll do reload speed. Keep it spicy. Cook. Avoiding mag size here, which is inverse Gorillas in the Mist gearing strats. My delight. Oh yeah, Company Man can roll the reload speed substat. I always forget that. I guess I do roll crit up here. Cooldown, melee damage, reload speed. I'm gonna be moving slow. That's fine. It's for science. Revolter. I almost want to run a low level one and let enemies break it, but I feel like that's too greedy. In terms of optimal for cooldown, a triple recharge rate would be best because then when shield reboot triggers, I'm more likely than not just getting my full shields for topped off. I don't expect to have good uptime on Vagabond or Fleet. I guess we'll go recharge. Said I was gonna do terror, right? Let me cock. All right, come over. I'll make some chicken. Make some chicken wings. You just, getting in enclosed space together and just handle some cock. Now we're talking. Someone say. Run the B Volter because it's the only shield that matters. Um, this is your quarterly reminder that the B and Revolter have no similarities other than is a shield that increases damage. Like even the condition is directly inverse. Break shield occasionally versus always have shield full. I don't know why the comparison happens, but hey, it stuck, so. Tear damage fire rate here. Dark Army. Can I go Terra Cryo here? I need my Dark Army to be Cryo. Does that get the higher base? Yeah, I'll stick with that. Make it work. Would I go Terra damage and fire rate on the gun and then an ASE on my grenade? No shot, right? I go generate terror on my grenade and then ASE melee on my shield. That would also be a way to get more damage. You flying through the windows. Hear someone mention chicken wings. Hope you're well today, Gage. I generate terror by showing up. Based. I see your barbarian RP is going well. Yeah, I'll go a Terror Cryo. And we'll just see how that plays out. Because I have Revolter to cover shock. I don't have anything good against Flesh, but Flesh is irrelevant. That sounds philosophical. Oh yeah, this can say. One on Weave right now. Let's try. Pick one of those. One of those. Yeah, let's try that. Try that. Actually do a Barbarian, I have much an idea for it. Barbarian's my current addiction with that game. It's just too cool. There's too many cool things you can do with it. All mine are still not one besides my first one. There's lots of RPGs where I start new runs before I finish any of them. Could honestly consider it the mark of a good sandbox if you squint. I would want the 5 Joyful Freedom one. Yeah, 10 out of 5 Joyful Freedom. That stacks, so by activating my action skills super frequently, I should be in pretty good shape. I would go with... Yeah, that's gonna make my matchup against armor worse. I'll just try to remember to switch. If I don't, whatever, fuck it, I didn't switch. Okay, so the idea is, I'm just going to aggressively be reloading the Dark Army, like, a lot. Like, a lot. Yeah, I should actually have a health bar now. I need to get my gun damage from Wrath online first. I don't want that guy to hit me. Hit me harder. No? Okay. I made the calculated decision to not run action skill start shield break revolter, so that I could have terror, and then occasionally I will also have the revolter bonus element by just taking damage organically. It'd be better if I made the revolter lower level for that. But fuck it, we ball. Can always do stuff like that. That's to buy organic damage. Store bought stuff is less potent. But I want my damage with extra GMO. You gotta have the acronyms for extra flavor. You gotta have the GMO, the MSG, the BUSSY. having more gun damage would go a long way here. There's a very easy way I can do that. Any of these have weapon damage? That one does. I think what I actually have to do is this. Hang on. Go to this one. I have too much shit in my inventory. Make a loot pile over here. You can go... And now I have more gun damage. That was a rude fire dot. I think it was my own fire dot, to be honest. One of the upsides of how I'm playing this right now is I have no splash radius increases, so barrels aren't, like, nightmarish. Take that, Quag. Quag. Quag Chad, even. I think it's also important to note I'm running no survivability. I don't have any healing at all. Anywhere. Hey Toxic, how you doing? Waggling mode. It's the same as Goblin mode, except just with slightly worse aim. doomer behavior around Maple Story. Doomer behavior around everything, I suppose. Field survivability is the thing on the right build. Yeah, definitely. Oh, I'm still on fire. I should not be doing that. If you don't enjoy the game, play different ones and be vocal about the changes being bad, but don't post false shit and just harass people wanting to play. Yeah, yeah. It always sucks when a vocal part of a fandom starts doing shit like that. It was so much damage. That was a bunch of indiscriminate procs. Yeah, that's why I'm scared of Banjo on Gorillas on Flak. Because it could, in theory, it could just do that. Good thing we don't have that issue in the Borderlands community. Yeah, it would be absolutely heartbreaking if we had that issue. It'd be crazy if we had people running around talking about how none of the new games have farming at all. Then they make the backbone of their content farming items that have literally hundreds of thousands of times easier farms. That'd be insane. Absolutely maddening, of course, if that was the thing that would happen. But luckily it's not. It'd be bordering on spiteful misinformation. It's a good thing we don't have to deal with that. Got the Borderlands board game. When can I expect your visit? Put the kettle on. I'll be right over. Make farming easier by getting rid of less useful parts on guns that don't need them. That's absolutely a step they could take, yeah. Kettle's on? I'm on my way. Yeah, I was doing Dark Army last time I was on the save. Ha ha. Kill stack Dark Army though. I can change that. I can be more optimal. Reload speed, cooldown, AoE there. Flash radius. I guess I could see the logic. I can see the logic. Absorb because I needed the defensive ability. Right. But past me didn't know. Past me didn't know. Excellent, now we only need one more person. would like to nominate all of the homies collectively to be one person at the table because I want to play it with all of the homies. About copulating with all the homies. I don't know if I could sign off on that one. I wouldn't want to change relationships with all the homies. I don't know if I can get on board with that. What save was I just on? Oh yeah, Gorillas in the Mist. Imagine having a functional short-term memory. To find it in the saves list. I have a Dark Armor specific save on Flock? Somewhere in my folder. I see it in the list. Here we go. Lemon items. Electric Banjo, legendary artifact. Import. I'm not prepared for this. I want an ASE 50 on this. ASE 50 corrosive. No, I'm not doing Bounty Hunter. Super Quaglin mode. Am I imagining? I don't know what you're imagining, but I'm proud of you, or I'm sorry that happened. Black bad. Of course Flack is bad. Okay. The idea here is I need to stack up my stack bot, and then switch to Dark Army, and then I just run around with Dark Army. Banjo good, flat bad, real. That is the rawest truth. If I banjo myself, will that chain and hit the pet? Time to find out. How low level is this? Probably still kill me. I'm banjoing myself. I don't know if I had my stackbot stacks because of that. We'll find out. I didn't know you could banjo yourself. Yeah, Mesmer is causing that self-banjo, but that one wasn't doing damage. Also, can we call self-banjoing? Like, is that the new euphemism for jerking it? Plucking his own strings on stream hasn't been banned for it because I'm tasteful about it. Tuning the peg. I needed to withhold my action skill activation for a bit there. It's good information. We're gonna run it back slightly more optimally. With the thing. The thing. The thing for doing a thing. The one SMG damage. Sure. Duplicate that. Damage fire reload speed. Okay, that's correct. Cooldown, area damage, reload speed. Do I need the area damage? And I guess it's nice on Hollow Point, sure. For sure. Alternatively, run more corrosive damage. Okay, let's try that. It's tough to withhold the activation when you're self-banjoing. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance it could happen at any time. Tune that peg till they electric on their banjo. Yes, I was thinking about that this entire time. I'm not a smart man. We agree to disagree. Yeah, the kill stack Dark Army makes sense here for the reload speed. If I was just gonna not factor in that reload speed, then I think 150 over 90 would actually be optimal here. Yes, just try to one-shot things outright, but also because that would Banjo can double dip that bonus. Because I brought it up. So, it's important to note when doing Dark Army stuff that gun damage is an on-shot. Meaning it is a bonus that is, snapshotted by the drones. Funny that the drones are exploding each time because, technically a new copy of the item. Wonder if I'll die from this eventually. It's kind of distracting. It's the best. I love it. Classic. Dark Army drone explosions are one of the better ways to apply fire dots for Moe's flame comm setups. So, like, little things like how the game just force respawns drones are actually super useful information. There's so much complexity to even the tiniest things in this game. I love it. Goat. Have transformer? No. I don't have a transformer. What is bro cooking? Nope. I can do 4. I have to wait. I could probably do 5 if I heal before the 5th one. Okay, yeah, that'll be the procedure for when I get there. But as for right now, what do I not need that I have here? Flat off, gross. I have a weapon handling one. Wait, where was that? Oh yeah, I was doing sledge of super shotgun stuff. Okay. Um. Now we're good. So, what I was doing there might have seemed like it made no sense. I was stacking up my stack bot, gun damage, spawning my Dark Army drone, and then switching to a bounty hunter without respawning the drones. Now I'm benefiting from both class mods. Until I go down. Actually, no. The Dark Army drones don't go away then. So as long as I keep holding this Dark Army, I'm just getting the benefit of both. Not getting the stack bot on my shots, but my drones are. I wonder if those self-banjo chains would heal me if I had a transformer on. They don't appear to be doing damage, so it would be weird if they somehow counted for that. I love this bug as well. Just the invisible Dark Army. That's a series of words that goes incredibly hard. McBain, thank you for the 2 years. Die Army. Ooh woo. Years of Quag Chad. I appreciate the shit out of you. Portsmouth. The world. I don't think I looked over here. I feel like my banjo is what killed that Valkyrie. That Raging Bear really tried. Thinking, what can I slap on that'll enhance the banjo further? I suppose, another bonus element. Swap my grenade out. I didn't even look at my skill tree. Do I have Two Fang? I really hope I have Two Fang. Another reason an ASC 50 could be good is because if I have an ASC 50 piggybacking on top of a Banjo chain, then Megavore crit, that is good damage. Try that next run. Echo has to be trusted, you don't? Cool. Nope. Okay. I'll do a respect then. Because this is my my Gorillas in the Mist save that I just kind of use as a generalist for that stuff entirely. But Dark Army Gorillas is a different spec, so I should be in the appropriate spec. Uber Eats really trying to get me to buy these cookies that are $15 a piece because they're on sale for only $6 a piece. But the savings! The savings! Dark Army's such an incredible gun. Be hard pressed to think of any cookie I would pay $15 for. Yeah, same. I mean, it may be like an incredibly oversized cookie. But by incredibly, I mean like incredibly. Like it'd probably be difficult to store. Yeah, pizza sized, exactly. Talking a cookie sandwich with a cream cheese spread. Nah, I mean like a... Like, you know one of those oversized checks? That size. Gotta remember to stand still for damage as well. Stand still for damage. Cookie better be loaded with mind-altering compounds. The cookie comes with a therapist on the side as well, and also a 4090. Grenade capacity, melee damage, cryo resistance. Such a weird combination of passes on an elementalist that rolled in a way that looks interesting. It's just weird. 4090 adds a nice crunch. 4090 with cookie fans. It would be the most delicious fire hazard you own. Behind the human flesh. Hmm? Wait, what? Yeah, why'd you say that, Control? Okay, yeah, I don't have Two Fang. I do have Overclock, that's good. How do I get myself to Two Fang? Actually, not having Leave No Trace would be an excellent way of doing that. That's cursed. Like it. I don't know if I want any PC to smell like cookies. Something bacon GPU powered mind altering brain cookies. Put like a an apparatus on top of your CPU and just cook things while you play. Future of gaming. Just combined cases that also function as stovetops. Sorry, agility training. I really want to include you here, but like, I got 1 point. The 1 point purple speck. Hog. I should have one of these with weapon damage. Duplicate. What's the third skill that Stackbot rolls? Is it Fast and Furious? Yeah, it is. This is quite a thing I'm doing to myself here. You'll see. Expand your VRM and make your pants fit tighter. Conceivably rig a water cooling loop with an extra external heatsink and use the heat from your system to keep your coffee warm. Don't you say these dirty, dirty things to me. I'm not ready. Okay, you guys want to see the most cursed stack bot of all time? It's optimal. But only for this specific purpose. Oh yeah, I was gonna do an AC 50 as well this time. Do I just go corrosive or do I do something spicy? I think the radiation. Yeah, let's do some rad. Let me mantle that. Rude game. Hey Vocal, how are you? Good to see you. How is the One Life champion? How is my goat doing today? And I'm not Dark Smoke. Yeah, you're vocal. Duh. Little things are finally slowly moving forward in the university. That's nice. That's good to hear. You're well too? Yeah. Today's been good. Nice and chill. My revolter's bugged. Tragic. There we go. What are we cooking up here? So, you know how the electric banjo is a meme and is actively shit? There was a window a couple months where it was being credited for some Zane stuff it wasn't actually doing. But like banjo sucks. Well, the banjo on Black Gorillas in the Mist with Dark Army is not really a meme. Because the Dark Army is just kind of sick like that. Now, sure, we'd be getting way more damage in single target by using fucking anything that boosts damage that isn't a banjo. But this gives us multi-target. And because the banjo chain is an instance of damage that's based off of another instance of damage, and it can receive bonus elements, you can actually scale it up to be decent for area clear. You see, that guy took a lot of chip from that. Hidden cows arses with said banjo, yes sir. Basically the thing with the Dark Army that you can do is, because gun damage is an on-shot modifier rather than an on-hit modifier, your Dark Army drones, when you spawn them by switching to the gun, until you switch off of the gun, they will keep all the gun damage bonuses you had when you initially created them. So I stacked up my stack bot with gun damage passives that normally you would never ever want to run on a stack bot, but in this case, optimal. For something like 540-ish% gun damage. And then I equipped the Bounty Hunter. So I'm getting... So for the bullets that I'm shooting, they're only benefiting from the Bounty Hunter. But the bullets from the Dark Army drones over my shoulders, well, they're benefiting from the stack bot. Also some of the effects of the Bounty Hunter. So I run around shooting the Dark Army as much as possible, with as little mag size as possible to keep the drone elemental rounds active, and thing go die. It's fun. Is that a quag? It is a quag. How you doing, honey bunny? That was 113 mil banjo. Either that or that was 113 mil bonus element on a hollow point. For my sanity, I'm gonna say it was a hollow point. For my sanity. What's the build? Dark Army Banjo. Hey, Kona. Yeah, brother. Use some of that there, Dark Army. The interesting thing about this particular combination is you're breaking like several sets of sort of not rules but established like do's and don'ts for how to gear. Like there's almost no Gorillas in the Mist weapons where I'd be like, yeah, get less mag size. Ever fix the vending machine crash? Of course not. If you're playing on PC, there is a mod that turns off the item of the day pop-up from vending machines. And since that's the cause of the crashes, that fixes it. Rush out the legs. He did. I kind of want to try this against Hemo, just to see. Gorillas in the Mist builds are on the higher end of how flat gun builds perform against Hemo damage-wise, but in terms of quality of life, it's quite low because you're usually slow physically, so you can't avoid attacks very well. And your survivability is not fantastic without consistent aggro draw, which is not something that works well in the Hemo fight. Probably want different stuff there, but curious enough. Equip the cursed stack bot again. That sound is piercing. Did I stick with Rad there? Yeah, I would. So I'm gonna have 5 Hunter's Eye. I guess the 150 over 90 isn't doing me many favors. It'll be fine against the ads and like the eggs, I guess. Let's try it. I gotta check the write-up and make sure I have an up-to-date section for both Wedding Invitation and Dark Army. Because they're kind of insane for Guerrilla's setups. No, I'm not fully stacked, but I'll just do it this scuffed way where I don't actually get any benefit. Not having an ASE fire is questionable here, but I'm a questionable guy. It's performing better than I thought it would. That was a corrosive heavy. Corrosive badass, I'm so used to Mal 1 terminology. This is way more efficient than Monarch for this fight. That's cool. Common, TD, or W? Another Vlad owl, they never end. Yeah, proper element Dark Army would be going absolutely fucking crazy right now. Or this with a fire ASE. Instead of Rad. Give me a crit passive over a splash radius. And yeah, Banjo, not doing the gun any favors in this fight. I'll do another one, Company Man. Oh, that's a tragic Company Man. Oof. That's the thing about Banjo. It does almost nothing at all for your single target damage. Almost. It has shock damage. So, slightly more than nothing. If Electric Banjo and, like, Lunacy had,
better substat pools, they'd be quite valuable. You can kind of see that working out with the Pearl,
because the Pearl has a good damage increasing primary effect. And it does have a restricted substat pool, but, like, not a terrible one. So it's easy use. Unleash the Dragon only has a pool of 3 stats, but 2 of those 3 are useful for the thing that it's doing. And have a meaningful impact on your damage. This is without stackbot stacks. Just like a little bit of gun damage you could achieve from like any class mod. I suppose... what class mod would provide the most gun damage through that route? It'd probably be... purple of some kind. Derailed. Tangent. I need Loot Lemon. Lootlemon. Looking at what some of the purples roll. I feel like Thrillbot is in the conversation here. Cosmic Stalker doesn't have any gun damage skills. Not Full Automaton. Not Headcase. Not Overdrive. Backpack is less than what you get from Fast and Furious ones. That's a shame. Backbot, you know, just Fast and Furious. I guess Thrillbot would make sense if the buff from Most Dangerous Game updates dynamically, but I don't think it does. Actually, it might. That might work out favorably. Thrillbot with weapon damage, TD, or weapon damage. 3 Most Dangerous Game, 2 Big Game. Possibly. Yeah, Trainer's just another Grim Harvest one. What's Supercharger again? Trying to remember all the class mod skills that roll gun damage. Fast and Furious is the most notable one. Grim Harvest is low percentage. The others are like conditional on things. Black doesn't have a lot of unconditional gun damage. You hear that, Zane players? Supercharger is Turntail and Run. That percentage? 25%. And 3. What's Fast and Furious? 30%. No, it's 25. It's 30% on the pet damage. So there's no functional difference between some various turn run for this purpose, which just takes us back to Stackbot. Oh well, it was worth the thought. Do I have this? I should be doing... It's pissed with ASE Fire. I know we talk about it a lot, but how do you guys think Vladoff should be buffed? Like, as a manufacturer? It could be a direct thing, such as changing the gimmick, you know, giving a percentage of up to the damage of all the items. It could be indirect, like making more of the manufacturer, you know, splash guns. Inherent concept bonus. That'd be cool. Oh, I got launched. I didn't even realize what happened. Honestly, less of a gap between Company Man and Banjo than I thought there would be. That's kind of intriguing. Next test. We just go great stack bot. Maybe as long as you hold the trigger, gotta lean into the bullet hose so that doesn't help the launchers as much. I feel like the Vladoff launchers need less help because they're already generally good. Jericho aside. And even Jericho has a character interaction that makes it usable. You know, Ion Cannon's good, Kick Charger's good, Rocket Pod's good, Mongol's good. I think Vladoff launchers are struggling. And in terms of non-uniques, Vladoff non-unique launchers are my favorite to use over in Wonderlands. the ads are actually dying to that banjo. It's pretty cool. I kind of wonder about the clear rate of Dark Army Banjo while supported by something like Auto Bear or Digiclone. Maybe I can bully Butter into testing that. Okay, the next test. I want to try this against GTD. I don't think I've ever used Black Dark Army seriously here. So let's head over there. Bathroom 2. BRB. Okay, be back. That was a really loud, tiny dick. Wait to be over half again. Fast and Furious kicks back on. I've done this by the vendor, but I don't have a Mesmeron. Or any aggro redirection, so I fully expect this to fall apart on crystals, but I'm curious. Maybe Banjo will hard carry me, Copium. It's, doing better than I thought it would. Yeah. The conclusion I'm coming to from this session is that I was right to fear Banjo Dark Army. Tutorial crystals. Really? Oh yeah. I haven't done GTD today, and I have been in the optimal farming spot a few times. So from the perspective of enemies, since the gun is invisible, it's fade away, is Flak just like pointing and the guns over their shoulders are just gunning everyone down? That's pretty metal. Oh. Quaggy quag quag. How you doing, Micro? What you doing? I'm good. I'm good. I'm chilling. Nice chill BL3 Saturday. All in between other stream content. Field testing some ideas. Banjo Dark Army is real. Heavy Metal was Floss's nickname in college. Well done. I'm proud of you. item aggro is weird. Non-taunt fade away. Reinstalling Wonderlands right now just to make a melee build character look like Cloud Strife. What miss? Me playing game. Did some Mahimo, now doing some GTD. Ouchies. Enter Frog and Dark Army drones? Yes. Need bullets. Or anything that the game considers a bullet. There needs one to make the change, make it so Flash Melter works with ASCs. It does, though. Explain what you mean by make it so Flash Melter works with ASCs. Lazy told me it doesn't. I'm sure he gave you the context of it decreases your efficiency because you have less control over what gets the kill. That doesn't make it so it doesn't work at all. Just means you have to accept that occasionally they will steal the kills. Any non-corrosive ASCs are capable of preventing your Flesh Melter procs, but that doesn't mean it doesn't work. Like, the condition for Flesh Melter stacking, kill with corrosive damage. That's it. It not working doesn't, like, that's not how it works, if you pardon the phrasing. So, like, anything that isn't corrosive is capable of stealing it. That could be a bonus element, that could be a short fuse proc. It just means Flesh Melter has a specific gameplay loop you need to adhere to, where you need to maximize the chances of the thing you want to get the final blow, getting the final blow. There's a few things in the game like that. Kensei builds are like that as well. They really want you to get the killing blow with melee so that you have a chance to proc a combo breaker. there's flesh melters of other elements then. It would be cool to have one for each. If stuff like that was around, then it would make more sense. People's constant desire to be like, oh, I'm all one damage type build. There are cases for it, for most of the elements. Obviously, Corrosive has Flesh Melter, and the fact that Corrosion is just a good element in this game's endgame. Cryo, you've got, you know, you want to maximize the number of your damage sources that are contributing to freezing. And then you've got Zane and Moze having more ways to scale Cryo versus other elements. Radiation being red suit stuff. To a very minor degree, Shock and Transformer. But then Fire. Fire comes in. And, like, you don't really ever have a reason to go pure Fire. Ever. So I think if they were gonna make something like that for another element, Fire would be the most obvious thing. Caveat to that, I'm sure people would not be terribly creative, and they would immediately be like, oh, let me just play Moze. Door? Whomstuff is the straggler? You. It's element boosting things. They don't give you too much reason for one pure element. Well, I just outlined a bunch of cases for each of them. Black has actual corrosive synergy. Moze and Zane have actual cryo synergy. Amara doing dot stuff has a lot of reason to go cryo as a base element, and then bonus elements on top of that, because of how dot stuff works. Red suit, transformer, flesh melter, icebreaker. You know, there's reasons. I would even say there's enough reasons for everything except fire. And I don't know if I'd go as far as, like, requesting a highly synergistic fire thing in a game where modes exists. I don't know if I'd do that. So again, fire is terrible against armor. So, there's that. Drones are way behind me killing things. It's funny. Ha! I got turned around. Sense of direction fails in every possible situation. This ain't bad. A silly detail you probably don't want is that this setup is fish slap compatible. So I could just have that on here too. Rather than the piss. Got lost in Night City for 3 hours. Was going on Minos Prime. It's going. Dark Army's slapping cheeks. Banjo actually pulling its weight. It's a bit surreal. I got a little too close there. Bad time to bug out there, but let me revive my pet. I'll take that down here. Nice hollow point. Hi Babu, how you doing? Ah! Yeah, I deserve that. Too greedy. What abomination have I set my eyes upon? Your savior. Your savior is here. .gif. So, like, Electric Banjo is only bad because Artifact is one of the most important damage increasing slots in the game. The only reason it's bad. Like, what if we had a surplus of damage and we just needed some extra multi-target? So, by snapshotting a stack bot for 49, 495. Yeah, for 544% weapon damage. Yeah. By having and then the 3 extra points in Fast and Furious. Can't forget that as well. So yeah. Running around with the bounty hunter on the left, but with the drones having an extra 574% gun damage. That gives enough upfront for banjo chains to be good, especially with those banjo chains being able to double dip 150 over 90, and them also being able to get an ASC 50 applied to them. Also Revolter, but the ASC 50 there is able to have a more favorable matchup into some targets, and more importantly, can Megavore crit. Starting a Pokemon card collection. Nice. And because we are black, we have a lot of global damage, a lot of V1. But additionally, we're shooting a lot to mag dump the Dark Army to keep the buff active on the drones, which means we have a lot of stacks of Kuka combo, which is going to further enhance our Banjo damage. And it's a double dip, because Banjo is a double dip in the same way Indiscriminate is, just without the mayhem scaling. The Obsidian Flame set. I haven't kept up with Pokemon TCG, so I don't know what sets are out, what's named what. You know, like a lot of people, I collected the cards for like a year as a kid without learning how to play the game. But, cool stuff. I suppose I could snapshot even more gun damage onto this by, also wearing a company man, TDR company man, at the start. I don't remember offhand, company man higher gun damage roll is. Is it 50%? I think it's 50%. What, 624% additional gun damage from my drones? It is also important that I piss on everything. I need to double dip all these aliens and piss. First thing I hear coming to stream, it's important that I piss on everything. Yeah, I sense your presence, T-Dog. I knew you'd appreciate it as an aggressive piss enthusiast. That being down is awkward. I got too aggressive around the diadems. Ouchie. Just a little bit inconvenienced by pissing myself there, but such is life. Statement right now actually felt way too real. Yeah, that was actually a really good crystals clear, like, considering this is a gun build with AoE limited by line of sight and hollow point, and no aggro manipulation at all. I'm not using Mesmer, I'm not using Not My Circus, I'm not using Dominance. This is very directly, I am pew-pewing everything to death, and it's working quite well. A rad ASC would be serving me more right now than a fire one, but I can swap out before Anathema. Even then, a corrosive one would probably be better. Yeah, corrosive would be what got me. Army's so cool. It's one of those things that it doesn't get enough gas. It doesn't get respected enough because it's a little less straightforward. In terms of content from its own DLC, you'll see people talk a lot about the plasma coil, which gets absolutely smoked by the Dark Army, but less mechanically straightforward, so it's not really seen as such. Hey Sora, how are you? Oh. Playing paintball with my brother for his birthday today. That sounds like a lot of fun. I haven't played paintball in so long. Last time I played paintball was... I'm not even sure. I might have been like 18. Time's weird. Time's really weird. I keep assuming it's gonna unfavorite because I dropped and picked it back up, but it doesn't. It's good. Quag's doing well. Yeah, the Quag's chilling. I can essentially fuck Father Time. Can I get my time back? If that works, let me know. For record keeping purposes. Alright, and Lady Lux can join too. Like, Lady Fox, because I'm sure she's very well put together. Got him. No, not again, not again! Skill issue.
Do I have move speed? I feel like I'm getting bonked farther than I expect on a build with no mobility. Although maybe I'm in that weird pocket where I have
Enough movement speed from like Fast and Furious that I'm getting bonked far, but not enough movement speed to get back. Yeah, that'll make the most sense. What could I have that'd be more appropriate gear for this activity on this build? I guess different parts on a Revolter, because the Absorb isn't really doing much for me. Rate would be better. Action skill uptime. Vagabond would be less downtime between combats. Fleet would be more controlled during combats. Yeah, switching out that grenade. Something I forgot to do as well. This is promising. This is promising. Pop back over to Malawan. Yeah, Dark Army's sick. It's one of those weapons that's somehow secretly top tier. Like there's a lot of stuff that's underrated, but only works out to just be good. This gun's nutty. forgot to account for furious attack stacking off myself as well. Yeah, I could conceivably stack up between 7 and 800% gun damage for the drones to just have. For reference, it's like half of what Zane can do, but Black has other formula, so it can still work out for more damage. But Dark Army's crazy on all 4 characters. I love it. The flat bad? Exactly. Love when new people come to the stream genuinely concerned why we're trashing on Flak. It hasn't happened in a while. I think people know Flak isn't bad now. Means we've completed our mission. That is one of the reasons I started streaming in the first place, because it was just so aggravating to see people say Flak bad. Black good? Exactly. Black very good. Black worst Vault Hunter? Exactly, Autumn. I'm glad you picked up on that. It was some complex layered sarcasm. You passed the test. You're now one of us. Black's my favorite Vault Hunter, trying to make him work just so squishy. Yeah, I think that's the core thing that gets people to feel like they're fighting an uphill battle as Flak. The survivability is not as free as it is on, say, Zane or Amara, who can just have mostly unconditional lifesteal on every single one of their bullets and never die because of it, right? With Flak, the most common ways that players enhance their survivability, it's through 3 strats primarily. First one is aggro redirection, which Flak has a lot of. You have the Not My Circus augment for Fadeaway, you have the Dominance capstone for Blue Tree, you have gear-specific ways of doing it, such as the Mesmer Grenade. You have Red Fang with Gamma Burst is an incredibly potent way of doing that. The next way is gear-based survivability, such as good defensive shields like the Beskar pair incredibly well with Flak because they can be made you have the tried and true approach of just kill things before they kill you, and Flak absolutely has enough outlets of damage to do that. This is a setup with no aggro redirection currently. Also no lifesteal. I don't even have more than 1 point in Rage and Recover. Rage and Recover being one of Flak's best survivability skills. But no, this is just me slamming damage to things' faces, and dead enemies can't hurt you. That's the top end strat. You would die. Must suck then, gotta get better. I don't think you suck, and one of the reasons for that is because you just said that, right? Like, you have the correct attitude about, oh, there's something I could be doing better here. That's all it takes. Because Flak is absolutely the most difficult Vault Hunter to get the survivability, like, concepts on at first. And just being willing to learn that puts you in a great position to just learn how the game works as a whole, right? Back where I had to go. I want to say the most cases even for Flesh Melt are either fun. You should give me key cases, go in one element. Yeah, most. Not all, but most. Generally, going one element is not advisable because it's an elemental rock, paper, scissors game where they rarely give you an encounter where you only have to do one health bar type. So yeah, going one element is rarely optimal. This game is better than pre-sequel. More content. More contents. More content. Can't forget the part where there's massively more content. Hey, Snow, thank you for the 32 months. They spread. It's awkward.
Quag Wicked 32 months. Quag Wicked.
Ouchies. Why you gotta make me look bad, AI? Acceptable. I go elemental only. My monarchs have fire and corrosive. Physical one does like 2,500 more damage. So the thing with non-elemental guns is they might appear to have more base damage, but the thing you have to remember is they have no positive matchups. Each element in a Borderlands game has a type of enemy health bar that element will do more damage to, and that's a multiplier, meaning you will end up doing more damage with, let's say, a corrosive gun versus armor
than you would with a non-elemental one against armor for a couple of reasons. One, you get that multiplier. Two, in Borderlands 3 in particular, non-elemental damage has a negative matchup against armor. Not as negative as fire and radiation having the most punished matchup, but still negative. It is always, if we're talking for pure damage output, it is always more damage to have the correct elemental matchup than it is non-elemental. Asterisk next to that, there are some specific survivability oriented cases where you go for a specific element or non-elemental so that you can like not die from it yourself. Like Hustler Racer Zane prefers non-elemental cryo and radiation weapons because those are the ones that he can mitigate and make not hit him for any damage anyway. Hey, Autumn, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes, all the stuff. Thank you. Transformer's less desirable because it doesn't give you bonus element protection, but it is in that bin as well. Yeah, should include that. Appreciate your help with my flax. Really worried this morning about getting my flak to a good spot. Hey, you came to the right place. I have a lot of passion about flak theory crafting in particular, and a lot of hours in. So if you got any questions about mechanics or need any suggestions or pointers, you're in the right place. That goes for the chat as well. They love helping with this stuff too. Came to the Quag place. Yeah, this is the place where you find the Quag. Can't think of a pun? Yeah, me either. I'll do that again. I want a better Woden kill. Quagmire, bad pun. I understood it. So yeah, back to your Monarch question. If you're, let's say you're shooting at a shielded target who isn't named Kilovolt, Shock is optimal because Shock against shield is actually the most positive matchup of all of them. It's got the biggest multipliers. You stand to gain the most there. Against fleshy enemies, fire. Against armored enemies, corrosive. Rad and Cryo have less positive matchups, but they're more mechanically diverse than the other elements. To compensate, Rad has lower card damage than all the other elements, and Cryo has higher card damage than all the other elements. The Cryo doesn't place a dot. It's not as good against armor as Corrosion is. Rad, obviously you have the radiation explosions from enemies that die while affected by the radiation status effect, and that's it's the most common reason people will use Rad. But it's also slightly positive against shields. It is massively negative against armor, tied with fire for worst armor matchup, so that's important to keep in mind. And it does have that lower base damage to begin with if you're talking gun element. So Rad guns are generally only used when the gun doesn't have an option other than Rad. Stuff like the Yellow Cake and the Pestilence, which are good in spite of being Rad, rather than because of it. So if you have something like the Monarch that any element you want, you're most likely going to want Fire, Shock, Corrosive, and then that'll cover all your bases. Like your character build and loot limit? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Can't decide whether to use Gorillas in the Mist or not my circus. Gorillas in the Mist is one of those things where you have to gear in a highly specific way for it to have value. Because if you don't gear in a way that minimizes the problem and leans into the few upsides, what you end up doing is delaying your damage instead of increasing your damage. So like, sure, every hit you do in the Gorillas window will register as a crit. It's not full crit damage-wise, but it's a mechanical crit, so you get a lot of benefit, and it's still an increase in damage over a regular shot. But because Gorillas is something you can't end early, things like your ASE anoints are pushed back. So, for example, the first Gorillas in the Mist activation I do in a takedown run, I don't have this anoint. So I would be doing less damage until that window is over compared to just using 3-shot, because 3-shot ends it sooner. So
you get the damage sooner. And those 3 initial shots on compatible weapons are also more damage. So it's really going to depend on what kind of weapons you're using, whether or not you're using this I don't have a clip right now. The Stackbot class mod, that's the big thing that makes Gorillas worth it. If you're using a Stackbot compatible weapon and keeping your stacks up high. Let's see. Mostly solid skill tree configuration. Couple things. Do you mind if I put this up on screen so I can show you some stuff? Please. Cool. So Grim Harvest is one of those skills that is good for setups that are not gun builds. Reason being 3% gun damage per point is very low value. In comparison, you have Most Dangerous Game right here, which before hunter skill buffs, which it does get, it's 8.3% per point, which is like massively more value. It's also 1 fewer skill point commitment overall, and it gives you crit damage. Flak is the character that has the least access to the crit damage stat. In a majority of circumstances. They crit the most frequently, but they have the least to boost specifically crits. So where possible, you really do want to take that crit damage. Now, Ambush Predator is a more nuanced thing there. It is situational and a low percentage, so it's okay to miss out on that. But I would move the Grim Harvest points. All 4 out, 3 into Most Dangerous Game. That gives you 1 more to mess around with. Two Fang is good, provided you're using weapons that that synergize well with Two Fang. So things that have very few projectile count will get a huge proportional benefit because it's not double projectiles, it's +1. So if you're doing something like shooting a Monarch, I know I keep saying Monarch, but it was the gun you mentioned, so, and it's a great example because it is a good flak gun. Monarch is shooting 16 projectiles per trigger pull in bipod mode. Each of those projectiles has a very low base damage, so +1 there is just not good. Use all kinds of different guns. Yeah, I'm using Dark Army with Two Fang right now for my gameplay, so that's an excellent use case for Two Fang. That's fine. You can absolutely leave that on if you'd like Two Fang. A good thing to do at this one point that I've freed up over here is put it into He Bites, because this creates a situation where whenever your pet takes damage, it will do damage back that procs Frenzy, which is a damage increase for both you and your pet. It makes it so that your pet doesn't need to actively attack things to stack Frenzy. It can be attacked to stack Frenzy as well. It gives you more consistency on the buff here. King's Call and Skullmasher. Skullmasher wouldn't be a fantastic Two-Fang gun, but King's Call would be an incredibly good Two-Fang gun. Yeah. Recursion with Two-Fang, that's a great example too. Yeah, so you absolutely have made good choices with your green tree survivability. Rage and Recover is one of the best survivability skills in the game. It is incredibly underrated, and you are already ahead of the curve by knowing its value. And by not falling into the trap of max self-repairing system. That's good. Originally didn't until you said it? Okay, well, now you know. Now you know. Rage and Recover is great. Because it goes off of max health. It says missing health, it's underselling its value. Loot Lemon has the correct tooltip and says max health. So 8% of max health per second is like ungodly, incredibly like what the actual fuck. That means you almost restore enough to health gate in 2 seconds. After you factor in your other bonuses. And the skill lasts for 3 on every kill. It's really good. It's like really, really good. Something you could do over here is pull a self-repairing system point for all my BFFs. Just 1. That gets your pet sharing some of your health regen. Keeps it alive a little more consistently. But that's not particularly necessary. Maybe something like that.
or you could go 1 overclock. Though there's a school of thought that's perfectly valid, where overclocked is bad because leave no trace is good. Essentially, having fire rate increases creates these breakpoints where you get less leave no trace value because this has an internal cooldown. So if you desync your fire rate from your leave no trace, certain weapons will stop being able to like do the whole infinite ammo thing. Like for example, if you shoot a Hellwalker slow enough, you never have to reload it because leave no trace is good. But if you get enough fire rate, that's no longer the case. Something you could do for 1 point to massively increase your pet survivability is taking Who Rescued Who. This essentially makes your pet immortal as long as you are able to do damage. It has lifesteal for your pet from your damage. So your pet could be, 5% HP, and you just shoot an enemy, hit one really solid hit, full health on the pet. It's also a little bit more passive healing for you. So something like this is a good skill tree configuration for you. I just moved self-repairing system points out, one into all my BFFs, 1 and 2 Who Rescued Who, and then I moved the most dangerous game points out into, or the Grim Harvest points out, excuse me, into Heat Bites and most dangerous game. And then it's like a good overall spec. You also do 1 point into second attention. You could. It's not a massive amount of reload speed at 1 point. It'll hurt you, of course. Something you could do. BFFs and Rage is enough, is it not? Sometimes. There are situations where the extra insurance is nice, such as when my favorite Wotan strat on Flak is to just let the pet go into Wotan's kill aura and then just phase it with He Bites. But you need a massive amount of pet damage investment to get it to do that without going down. If you have Who Rescued Who, all you need to do is like shoot one straggling enemy once to refill the pet's health, and it can just finish the job. Holy shit, Autumn. Thank you for the tier 3. I really appreciate that. That's massive. Thank you so much. That's a lot of support. Thank you. I hope you enjoy all the perks and stuff. And yeah, always happy to do stuff like this. I'm a builds nerd. I like talking shop. I'm happy to do it. And like I said, Flak is my happy place. I play all the Vault Hunters, but Flak is home. Did I do my stackbot stacking? I don't remember. I don't think I did. No, I didn't. Also... I gotta pass a cycle here. With 1 point, there's not much you could do with it, to be honest. There's not like a skill you already taken value with 1 point. Right. Well, playing Flag's worried about not being able to survive enough. Damage wasn't an issue. You think those augments are good? Oh yeah, augments. So, with Gorillas in the midst, it's gonna depend on your weapon choices and your class mod. If you're running a stack bot and something like a Monarch or a Light Show, something that has a lot of projectiles that you can shoot for a long time, that'll stack up Stackbot quickly, that doesn't reset it. Stackbot's mechanically complex. Then Gorillas is good. But in a majority of cases, I would swap Gorillas in the Mist out for Until You Are Dead, because that keeps your health regen and movement speed from Fadeaway active at all times. And that movement speed is really good for repositioning, and obviously the health regen is going to help your survivability. For Not My Circus, it's the other one that's selected already, Honey Bunny. 100% damage to Axe Skill End. It's going to depend on weapon. that particular annoyance I would not really recommend. Consec hits is really good. This is one of those annoyances that doesn't tell you exactly what it's doing. Any instance of damage originating from you or your pets that makes a damage number or is capable of making a damage number will stack this. It stacks up to 100 times. It does not reset from misses. It's just going a full second without doing any damage removes all your stacks. Switching to a weapon without this annoyance removes all your stacks. Basically, doing any amount of damage 100 times, up to 100 times, increases your gun damage. And this is really good because it's not tied to action skill, so you don't need to like save your action skill for a pivotal moment. You can just always have the damage. That's a really good one. You almost never go wrong with having that. If you have a weapon that's like locked to something specific that you want to enhance its matchup, where it would be not as good, I really like next to mags. Like Rowan's Call can't roll elements that's good into armor, so I like using next to mags corrosive to fix that. It'll depend on the weapon a lot. That and that. This is the first time playing missing something might be. Nah, you're good. You're good. Enthusiastic and trying to help someone out. Nothing wrong with that. But a good rule to keep in mind for your gun annoyance, Autumn, is you often want to get the damage stat you have the least of across your build. You want to look at that for your weapon annoyance. Or if there's a particular elemental matchup your weapons don't cover, like let's say you have no positive matchup into shields across your entire kit. Like no Revolter, no ASC 50 Rad, no Shocker or Rad guns. Well then, getting a Rad Anoint on your gun could be pretty good. If you have very little in the way of gun damage bonuses as a stat across your gear, then Consec, as I mentioned before, is pretty good. The anoint I'm using right now on my Dark Army is, it's not gun damage. It's a global multiplier of a category that is pretty uncommon. So it can be nice to have, especially for one-shotting things. Oh, my pet's down. That's awkward. Never touch purple, it's evil. If you're flak, yeah. Purple tree just kind of sucks. Not without mechanically interesting stuff, but that stuff usually just sucks, so. Skill do I want on Stackbot? Hunter's Eye is going to be the one that's most likely to increase your damage, because Hunter's Eye is incredible against bosses. But all three of the skills are good, so you don't need to worry too much about the skills on Stackbot. The substats, I would say, would be the most important. If you're doing Gorillas in the Mist stuff, mag size on Stackbot is incredibly important. That's a certified Quag aim moment. Another good thing to have is
weapon type damage of the weapon type that you use most. So, like, I'm gonna say the M word again, Monarch. If you're using Monarch a lot, getting assault rifle damage is good, because that's a separate category from regular gun damage. So it's very beneficial to have. If you're using a lot of splash weapons, splash damage is a great passive to have on both class mod and artifact. Back from shower. Welcome back, Sora. How dare you not optimize and go for the minuscule elemental bonus from Spider and Scorcher? How dare you? Just kidding. Your pet choices don't matter too much. Your gun damage build unless you're going blue, because blue is both for pets and damage. Spider and Scorcher is usually the most optimal choice for increasing flax damage. It also gives you a little bit of extra passive healing. I didn't mention it because, as Honey Bunny said, it's usually so, like, irrelevant to your overall performance. If you want a jabber so you can move faster, go ahead. If you want a Greathorn Skag to have better AI while also boosting your damage, go ahead. Just don't use loaders. There's no wrong answer other than loaders. Jabber loves to bring you barrel gifts. That's true. It's so thoughtful. Unless you have Barbaric Yop. Even if you do have Barbaric Yop, it doesn't really matter that much. Like, with or without Barbaric Yop, Spider and Scorcher and Greathorn Skag are extremely close in how much they buff your damage, with Skag having significantly better AI. And Scorcher providing you more survivability in terms of the passive healing. And, like, trust me, I'm a min-maxer. There are certain minor things I am never willing to deviate from. Pets aren't one of them. Like, whatever. I love that the Dark Army Chucks are still doing, like, very respectable damage, despite me not having splash bonuses. Kinda makes me want to fit in a splash bonus. That would help the hollow points a lot, too. Yeah, I'll re-examine my class mod passives. elemental damage type annoying, should I use my grenade if I use fire and corrosive? My two main guns fire, global damage. It's gonna depend on your target. Like, let's say you're running around in Mallow takedown. Getting something good into shields would be pretty good there. Radiation would even give you access to those nice rad explosions as well. So radiation on grenade is a very common pick, because it's just kind of gonna be good in every situation. But depending on like what boss you're fighting against, you might need more help with one category or another. Like against Hemovorus, then there's an argument for cryo, there's an argument for fire, there's an argument for corrosive. And yeah, there's an argument for global damage as well. If you're fighting something like Scourge, then, well, it's going to depend on what phase of the boss you're on, because against the shield phases, Shock and Rad are incredible. Against the armor phases, Rad is horrible. Corrosive or Cryo would be optimal. Mailman and Mailwoman Taekwondo. And then you have Guardian Person Takedown. Male people. You're welcome. Yeah, it's just one of those things where going for like a optimal in general thing is gonna go against optimizing around a situation. Even the most generalist of gearing picks are gonna have situations where it's like, I can't recommend this. So if I ever seem like I'm dancing around an answer, that's why. Sorry for all the dumb questions. You haven't asked a single dumb question. Really worried, couldn't make play Flak good, despite enjoying. Flak is the character with the steepest learning curve in this game. Of all four, it's easily Flak. Like, Zane is outright easy to play. Amara is all over the map. Amara has some very mechanically complex builds that are very difficult to understand, but then on the other end of the spectrum, the most commonly done Amara stuff that people use is as simple as Zane is. And Mo's is, you know, the same thing I said for Amara, but like to a little bit of a lesser extent. She's a little more straightforward. But Flak is the one that is not straightforward in like any situation. Even the Flak builds that devolve into press one button to win are not simple in the theory department. I'll play one of those right now. I think you forgot an 8, J-Bridge. The only dumb question is why the streamer hits you in the legs. I like having legs. I wouldn't want to be shot in my legs. What are you doing? I gave you food this morning. Why are you here? Yes, hello. Hi. How's your day? Missed the double. He's washed. Actually washed. Gross. Mo's picked up Dominate using every piece of content in game with scrap gear. Black isn't like that. Exactly. You need to, like, use more synergies and game knowledge and stuff. Black has a much higher floor of understanding. Don't mention Mo's the Mirror by Spider-Man ever again. Pearl's best bossing relic from Monarch Black. Company Man. Pearl is second. Company Man would be your winner. Those bad boxes spawns. Tragedy. Aw. I knew that would happen. That's why I threw the extra grenade. You had to go to the one that means I can't be flashy. I wanted to show off. Boss is making me participate in the boss fight. Some sort of degenerate. Yeah, this is the kind of shit Black can do, like, with sitting staring at a skill tree for long enough with enough fellow crazy people. I fired, how many shots did I fire in that takedown? 3, 4, 5? Yeah, I fired 5 times. Still boggles my mind even to this day. There are people who complain that Mose has many problems. I mean, Mose isn't without problems. It's just as bad to, like, minimize the ones that exist. It's just a lot of the stuff that's attributed to being Mose problems is, like, Borderlands players don't want consequences in their gameplay. Like, if you're blowing yourself up on Moe's, like, don't stand in your explosions. That simple. Changed my mind. Moe's is the poster girl of why you shouldn't only buff and scale everything. I think Zane fills that position better because Moe's did not get many direct buff. That's a weird sentence, but hear me out. Let me cook. A lot of the buffs Moe's received were to Iron Bear, not to Moe's. And Iron Bear, despite being one of the most overbuffed things in this game, is one of the weaker damage dealing action skills. Point where the handy dandy trials leaderboard. I'll pull it up on screen, don't worry. Handy dandy time trials leaderboard. Let's go to the raids category. The Moe's True Guardian Takedown category. True Guardian Takedown once again being the hardest activity in the game, lengthiest activity in the game as well. I have the top Iron Bear time, and it is over 2 minutes slower than the two Moe's times ahead of it, which are on foot shooting a gun, because Moe's is way stronger than Iron Bear. Using a gun that received 2 buffs ever. One was indirect, and one was just, I don't know why they did it, but okay. But it's a gun that doesn't get talked about. And the reason why my Iron Bear time is faster than the other Iron Bear time is because I used Iron Bear less. And if that doesn't paint the picture, I don't know what does. But if you look at Zane entries on the board are very, very simplistic. Creamer Hustler, 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 Creamer Hustler. Lucky 7 is better than like everything, so of course it's here. But Creamer, 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 for Blast, yeah, Chad shit. Zane is the character that simplified the most over time, just to being constantly spoon-fed buffs that were designed to minimize his gameplay loop. Early Zane was something a lot of theory crafters enjoyed because the gameplay loop of having to crit and kill at a fast pace to maintain your barrier with Calm Cool Collected, that was an interactive and engaging gameplay loop. And then they gave CN Dead, which removed the need to do either of those things. So think about that in context. If you were using what was the most popular and beloved Zane build at the moment, at that moment, of the Calm Cool Collected, you know, run around, crit things with usually a Hellwalker or a Maggie, something of that variety. If you're using that in that moment, the new item that became the standard to run for every Zane build is one that specifically turns off your entire build concept. Think about how shit that would feel in the moment. So like, that was the first of many changes that did that to Zane, where they just made it so you don't really make choices, you just accept more power. He's washed. choice is an illusion, so is death. I don't know about that last bit. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't know about that last bit. Legitimately can't think of a situation where Zane has choices and doesn't just get stronger. Zane's only choices in terms of like meaningful build impacting stuff is whether or not you take. So you have whether or not you take double barrel, excuse me, can't speak. And then you have whether or not you're playing slur build. That's it. There's no meaningful decision making in any other capacity other than which pew pew stick you're gonna pew pew with. That even true of your pet build? Yes. Depending on my mood, I might pretend like it isn't, but it is, because guess what that same build takes? Double barrel, violent momentum, seeing red. Commitment, headsman's hand. It's the same choices made. I'm just pew-pewing by not pew-pewing. The main deviation with that build is I'm using Sentinel. Awkward. Suppose blue tree is used even if Sentinel isn't. Zane's blue tree is so good that you can't justify a Zane build that doesn't take at least 5 points. More commonly, 6, 10, 18, 19, or 27. But it's kind of like Berserker tree in Wonderlands, where you can just overcap it and you aren't being stupid. Zane's blue tree is incredibly valuable. How you doing, Forbidden? Can't think of a single build that doesn't have blue. It's because there's no builds that would benefit from skipping blue. There's enough skill points where you could take all of purple and red and have leftover points, which would just be better suited in blue than green, because green is kind of a bad skill tree. And a lot of the situational value provided by green can be replicated by doing things in blue. I did less damage than I normally do. Yeah, actually washed. Same challenge, take everything but blue and seeing dead. Yeah, you'd still be able to clear everything. Remember, all characters have one shot all bosses in the game with 0 skill points invested. And even if you take away Zane's blue tree, guess what? Zane still has his purple and red trees, which are also really good. Like, remember that, yeah, player power, baby. Remember that Digiclone is only competed with by Auto Bear for the title of like best pet in Borderlands history. It's between those two. No one else is close. um and in Purple Tree you have Commitment, which at 2 stacks is 5 Amara's worth of cooldown and about an entire set of 4 trees for Amara worth of gun damage. Then you have Headsman's Hand, which is similar value but in crit damage. So if we're to continue the trend of measuring in characters, it's about a flak and a half of crit damage. Armand Flint is fucking broken if built around, and it's just good in gun builds when not built around. Obviously, Eraser is the gold standard for like Zane one-shots, so there's that too. Zane has just got a really crazy toolkit. All the characters do. How much cooldown on one Amara? 25% from 5 Restless. To get any more cooldown, you need to get kills for expedite stacks, or start including character agnostic things like topped off and artifact passive. Did you just walk in during the Amara cooldown conversation, Mr. Sean? I guess I didn't include Golden Rule or Phase Zerker. You know, that takes the total higher. But Commitment by itself is still more, and that's tragic. Had to pop back into the appropriate time. Yeah, I was just putting in perspective how absolutely fucking silly Commitment is as a skill. And, like, it's still second string on Zane because of how many tools he gets. And please have one Comcool Collected Frappe, please. Comcool Collected would be so fun on other characters. It'd be fun on Zane too, but it's just, you know, you can rarely justify it. Thank you for my daily dose of pain. You're welcome. I grew it just for you. Why were you Fire Element? That's so shitty of you. I was slow detonating that barrel. Because if you didn't hear me the first 10 times, I'm why? I thought about running this category again. Hey, Pat, thank you for the 34 months. This is a sub. I will refrain from jokes. Because I'm an adult. Thank you so much for the 34, Pat. I appreciate it, appreciate you. Hope things are treating you well. Why don't we measure player power in Salvador's? Because as far as units of measurement, only Moe's would be over 1 Salvador in terms of, like, presumably we're talking about...
This is a sub.
Thanks again, Pat. Presumably we're talking about, you know, damage from 1 trigger pull and single target. Because that's the only metric where Salvador is noteworthy, if we're cross-comparing franchise stuff. So, like, you'd have Zane chilling at, like, 0.7 Salvador before Eraser, and, like, multiple Salvadors after. And you'd have Moe's being like, who are you again? And that kind of measurement just wouldn't be fair to Black and Amara, who are generally doing things in completely different ways. Moe's is that gross. It's equal parts Moe's is completely disgusting, and people who jerk off Salvador constantly have no frame of reference of how ordinary he is compared to the things you can do in BL3. Even within his own game, you can engineer situations where Salvador is absolutely nothing to Krieg, who is a more complex character, who is not represented well in that pull trigger once kind of scenario. I think Sal's the most overtuned character in the franchise? No. Overhyped? Yes. Overtuned? Absolutely not. Because, again, Moe's exists. Zane has some sort of claim to that as well. Because Zane was constantly tuned to be more powerful than he was, and more simple than he was. Sure, the hallmarks of why people tend to flock to Salvador, but Zane does those things and is more oppressive in the power structure of his own game than Salvador was in his game. Zane's a better Salvador. Yeah, character that's largely used to just pew-pew with absolutely absurd number potential, who's very simple to play. All the boxes are checked, except, despite most players not using it, Zane does have more capacity to do crazy stuff. For example, while doing the stuff that puts Salvador to shame, Zane can also just have a copy of himself standing there doing more damage than Salvador. Was that? We should buff Iron Bear? Yeah, it's been ages since we've had a good Iron Bear buff. I still find it interesting to bring up the Iron Bear buffs, because we had essentially quarterly Iron Bear buffs for a long portion of this game's like maintenance cycle of its active content life. But if we look from the top down, like optimized setups, player power, clear rate, Iron Bear is not competing with other action skills. Rack Attack, Mantis, Digiclone. I love Sentinel, but you know, it would be disingenuous to include Sentinel there. Rack Attack, Mantis, Digiclone. almost all phase cast variants, almost all phase slam variants. All just do more damage. Is Iron Bear the reason Moses is so gross? No. Again, Iron Bear is mid by action skill standards. This build you're running, this is Rack Stab. It's a Nova build using the Stinger, which is a melee Nova. Peregrine class mod, delivering Fish Slap from Rax. And this is a very optimized for speedrunning version. I'll do one more run. Explain while I play. Yeah, expanding on what J-Bridge and Trade Secret are saying there, and what I was saying a moment ago. Let's just compare action skills in terms of their damage output, and this will help paint that picture. Mantis. You activate Mantis one time into a crit spot, it will do as much damage as an entire Iron Bear activation. Like, not Iron Bear shooting a weapon one time. I mean Iron Bear shooting a weapon the entire time. If we're going peak to peak. Mantis crit dot is insane. It really is. And if we're talking action skills used as primary clear tools, well, Amara actually uses her action skills to clear. Flak, I mean, I'm playing Rack Stab right now. Hitting my Rack Attack button is my primary source of damage. But yeah, continuing the explanation, Big Steve. What I'm running around doing here is hitting Rack Attack to trigger my action skill start. Shield Break, Anoint. Which causes my shield to produce that Nova you're seeing. That Nova scales melee damage, and also global damage multipliers. Flak is the character with the most access to global damage multipliers in the game. So Flak is just a walking arsenal. Flak can make any slot do damage. Grenade, shield, gun, action skill, all of it. Fortunately, I do sometimes blow myself up with a fish, as one does. And fortunately, the Stinger Shield gets all the same damage multipliers and stuff as the Fish Slap Grenade, and the Fish Slap is the most broken item in Borderlands 3. It is a grenade that does melee damage. So by using things like the Static Charge artifact to give it some extra AoE with those electrical chains, you're able to clear incredibly efficiently. And the Peregrine class mod makes a Fish Slap pop off wherever my racks hit on a short cooldown. Racks do all damage with the nades. The primary damage is coming from the nade and the Nova. My nade and shield are providing most of the damage. My racks are hitting, And they have enough damage they can kill weaker enemies. But they're mostly just delivering my grenade. You see the rack hit for 9 mil there, and the grenade was 139 mil. Your rack attack the Nova Pops? Right. Skill issue. Imagine if you could activate any action skill and fight for your life. It'd be pretty crazy. Hey, you finally jumped to the correct spot, but I was slow. And you stack melee damage under gear for the nade? Yeah. Class mod, optimal rolls, splash damage, splash radius, melee damage. Artifacts, optimal roll is AoE in slot 2 or 3, so they get both the damage and the AoE from it. Got radius baked in if you get in slot 2 or 3. I have movement speed here for speedrunning purposes. You would go melee damage here if you wanted more damage. Fish slap with link part. You can get up to 3 link parts. Triple link is optimal damage for this thing. Stinger, Ashes Go Start. Corrosive is the most relevant element if you were to just only use one, because it's best against armor. Guardian Angel is good here, but Psycho Stabber can also fill the role if you're trying for a non-DLC version. Also, if you're doing non-DLC, your class mod of choice would be either Bounty Hunter or Rack Commander. Rack Commander because it gives an extra rack attack charge, which obviously is more Novas, but it can also roll Eager to Impress, which is the green skull on the left. My rack Commander doesn't currently have one, but it can roll up to 5 Eager to Impress, and it's one of the few class mods that can do that. So Rack Commander is the best possible cooldown for Nova spam in the game. I'll come through. Link is optimal. Because the way Link works out is it increases your base damage as an on-hit per enemy you hit, including the first one. So that might sound weird. But basically, it increases the more enemies you hit, and includes the first one. That's the important part.
Reuter will show you more card damage up front, but that card value does not indicate the increase that Link gives you once it actually starts doing the thing. So, Link is the most. Fish, 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 fish slap. Yes. Fish. Shield Nova and Nade counter static charge. Yeah. Melee damage. One's making melee attack be an actual attack was a good change. It was. It was. Find it funny how even if we were to not disqualify situational infinite damage sources such as Boar or Blood Explosion, Moze still clears the franchise because her infinite damage is more infinite. Yeah, actually, yes. Got a scuffed version of this. He uses Bounty Hunter because the passive rolls and still clears everything. Yeah. There's no wrong class mod choice here. Even like the bad class mods are fine. We make Amara Mind Over Matter work. You mean Fist Over Matter? The action skill? Yeah. It's not as good as some of the other ones. But yeah, you can make it kill. Wonder if I have a setup for that. I should really stop streaming, but I'm enjoying myself. Let me see. One of these Amara setups somewhere in here. This one? Maybe this one. Feel more characters to be like Flak and or Zero. I absolutely disagree on the Zero thing. Zero is one of the most boring experiences I've ever had in Borderlands. I know that's a minority take. I'm okay with it. Oh yeah, so I was doing Shooting Star. Fist Over Matter should work here, though. Boring. Ah, I see what you did there. What do I do on this spec again? Oh yeah, let's just throw grenades. Do action skill. Pestilence if I go down. I don't remember how to play this build. We'll find out. I've tried Zero. People compare Zero to Flak. Why? Are you gonna make that comparison just because it's made without knowing why it's made? So just knowingly risk saying something that's completely just silly? People compare Zero to Flak because they have one skill that shares the same name, and because they have a skill that applies a camo filter to your character. That's it. Those are the only similarities. Stop banging the desk and said I'm sorry. Be more sorry, damn it. Okay, come on. I guess that wasn't the sweet spot. Thank you. This isn't a Mara grenade build. Normally I run Phase Flare, but you can just run Fist Over Matter if you want to. I return. Welcome back, Viper. My big burger? I didn't. I'll have to check after stream. I want a burger. Is it too late for me to order a burger for lunch? Yeah, it's 4 p.m. Definitely not lunchtime.
Black's finger count. I've been ruined by anime. I immediately thought you were making a JJK reference. I got Fist Over Matter through most content, was trying to alt spec on top before it. Mostly it sucks that it's super satisfying woken kill. It's nice for areas of enemies where they don't move out of it and you want your action skill active for another reason. Like, I'm running ASA 150 grenade damage, so having this just kind of hang out here is fine. Flax toe count though, 0 on this one. I'm not wearing the degenerate skin. Took me like 2 hours to get a sub 5 fervor with it, and it's 457. Still, sub 5 fervor with Fist Over Matter is definitely nothing to sneeze at. My own splash radius. It would happen. Going out of my way to farm some dark armies. It's such a good gun. I think you'll enjoy it. Oh, this might be a rip. I was not careful enough. Yeah, I'll take the L on this one. We'll run it back. Recalling. Downloading. I grenaded myself, so that was entirely my fault. Hi Felicia, how you doing? My inability to click the stop streaming button has meant I get to say hi twice in a row. It's unreal. I was trying to avoid that. I'm bad. Oh, get back here. What am I supposed to do when I'm down on this build? I don't remember. What's this gun? Do I shoot the boogeyman? No, I don't think I do. I think I'm just supposed to get good. Well, I did mention a bit earlier there are some Amara builds that are very complex and difficult. This is one of them, to the point where I, dude who made it, don't remember what I'm supposed to be doing. Why is this here? What was bro cooking? I don't know. We'll just have to trust past me. That one doesn't count. I think it's just you streaming for too long? Probably. I want to do one more run. One more run, he says. Don't you accurately call me out. Tell him, Kevin. Talk to him. Jake, are you on my... He's on my clean clothes again. He's very comfortable on my clean clothes. Without fail, anytime I leave any sort of clean clothing not in a drawer. What annoy do you have in Dark Army? Never used the gun before. I was using 150 over 90. 150% weapon damage to enemies under over 90% health. It's not actually weapon damage. It's complicated. I was using that for a very specific reason. I'd say for Dark Army, something that'd be better to get you started would be the one that gives you stacking, reload speed, and gun damage on each kill. That could be pretty good. We call that one kill stack. AC-50 no good? I mean, we're talking a gun. So it wouldn't be the AC-50, it'd be next to mags. But with Dark Army, you're reloading it very frequently. Underdark, part of Act 1 or 2. It's part of Act 1. Because it makes Quag's job become make people care enough about you, then act really unhealthy so they want you to rest. When you put it that way. If we're included in that, it's in the Underdark. Act 3 is Rivington and Baldur's Gate. Act 2 is the Shadow Curse lands. 1 is everything else. Kinda doing that unintentionally already, since past 4 hour mark the switch gets flipped. Don't you bully me. You're bullying me again. That's recoverable. There we go. But Act 2 on those 100 Dark Quests? No. The only thing that gets forcefully ended by going to Act 2 is the raid on the Grove. It happens if you haven't already done it or prevented it. Everything else will allow you to go back and do until you enter the Shadowfell. So until you've passed the Gauntlet of Shar and hit that last fast travel, you can do whatever you want, as long as you've handled the Grove attack. I mean, again, you're bullying me again. That's what I mean by again. Grenade killed an enemy, spread dot to another enemy, which killed 2 more enemies. I remember why I enjoyed the setup so much. Yeah, like, Pistol Matter is just kind of bad phase flare, but it's still fun. Radius though. Ulna even. What, did you not find that humorous? Anatomy jokes. Frog Bob? Hell yeah. Hey, Wolfie. Do you know if it's a bug or working as intended? Sometimes I can revive Flax Pet if Flax join my game, but I can't always, so we're to make that possible all the time. This is honestly the first I've heard of this, but it doesn't surprise me that something like that's a problem. A lot of skills and interactions were just, to put it bluntly, never thoroughly tested on the co-op version of the game. So a lot of stuff just doesn't work properly or consistently in co-op. The Gamma Burst action skill is one of those things. It just can decide not to do anything at all. There was a gun that they had to rebalance around that, the Garcia. It worked as intended in solo, but as soon as you tried to use it in someone else's lobby, it did not fire properly. So they had to like change the gun in all versions to keep it consistent. There's just some things that don't work well in co-op in this game. Don't lick your butthole on top of my t-shirt. Nice. Rocketeer class mod doesn't work for me in some crossplay games. I just get the default 15-second auto bear duration only. Are you trying to use it with Cub by any chance? Because that one specifically doesn't work on Cub for anybody. But if you're using Big Bear, then yeah, that's just a co-op bug. Super Soldier so broken. Yeah, it believe it or not, it used to work a little bit differently. It used to have like no, so the stopgap has that clause where it can't reactivate while it's already active. The Super Soldier used to not have that, so you could just loop it forever. Now there's a little bit of enforced downtime. It's still crazy broken though. I mean, good, I meant broken. Oh, it stops working until you re-equip it. So, it's got a duration. The on-fill effect, it has a duration. So your shield needs to, like, empty and then refill again. It's weird. Yeah. I understand what you mean now. What's the Iron Bear? Yeah, it sounds like a co-op bug then, Wolfie. No free refills. Ha. Even if it does empty and refill again, it won't work oftentimes. Checks out. There's a bunch of shields that work like that, or certain augments can even cause certain shields to stop working. These games are so janky. Reminds me of the Wish shield. We have a command for this one, actually, I think. Yeah, there we go. Could be something like that. Forgot how much I enjoyed this build. You just action skill start the Super Soldier. You can, but so here's the thing with shields like the Super Soldier and Stopgap. Yeah, the instinct will be action skill start to make the invuln have more uptime and stuff. But like, why would you do that? Because you're already giving up your shield slot for something that, in the case of the Stopgap, isn't increasing your damage in any way, shape, or form. Now, Super Soldier at least gives you a really good fire rate increase, it gives you some ammo regen, it can roll some good offensive augments, it's a little bit different. But like, it's already making you substantially tankier. make up some of the damage gap, right? And the biggest reason why I don't really use stopgap in particular is it doesn't protect against self-damage. The most likely thing to kill you in this game is you. However, Super Soldier's stupid and protects against more stuff than that. Anyway, yeah. I need to get some food and stuff. If I don't stop now, I'm never gonna stop. Thank you everybody for hanging out. The hype train earlier was unreal. Thank you for that. New people, nice to meet you. Old friends, good to have you. Tomorrow's my scheduled day off. I will be live on Monday, most likely with this. Most likely. And then Tuesday, Remnant 2 DLC is out, so I'll play that on Tuesday. But yeah, Monday, probably more of this. Who's live for me to like raid and stuff? Never stream this late. Fan is on BL2. Dame's playing BG3. Just playing Marvel Snap. Let's raid Fan. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle. If not, that's okay too. But have a wonderful rest of your weekend, day, etc., etc. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.